travel and tourism is often overlooked. Ours is the sector connecting people and businesses to the world. And while life has changed in 2020, travel remains an essential part of life. And not just for the traveller, but for every business, every community, and every ecosystem, in every destination they visit. For nearly a decade, we have consistently outpaced the global economy, and across the world, governments are recognizing and realizing the importance of investment in their sector. But beyond the data, there is an often unrealized yet equally important chapter to this remarkable story. Because our sector wields the incredible power of positive change. Together in travel and tourism, we not only support and improve the lives of people from across the globe, but sustain and care for the fabric and infrastructure of the world we live in. For every hotel stay, for every flight taken, for every destination visited, we create jobs which provide people the opportunity to shape their own future, to feed their families, preserve their cultures and traditions, and improve the quality of the lives they lead. In the last 5 years, 1 in 4 of all new jobs were created by our incredible sector, which accounts for 330 million jobs around the world. We play an important role in empowering women and young people too. Research shows that within travel and tourism, women make up 54% of the workforce. It also employs a higher share of youth workers than other industries, who account for 30% of the sector's employment, embracing a diverse, inclusive and multicultural workforce. The revenue we generate also supports the cost of infrastructure projects to improve education, to build housing and provide health services, increasing the overall well-being of life in local communities, whilst redistributing socio-economic power, helping developing nations prosper. And it's not just the human world that feels the positive effects of travel. It also improves the natural world too. Conservation and anti-poaching efforts around the world rely on the income from tourism to defend the natural wonder of our planet and provide us with the means to travel and experience the world in a sustainable, positive way. We at the World Travel and Tourism Council are realizing a new future. For the last 30 years, we have been the voice of the global private sector. By uniting government and industry leaders and engaging with communities, we will lead the economic recovery of our sector to a safe and sustainable future. A future where we will continue to create jobs, empower and protect the people, communities and natural wonders that make travel and tourism so special. Because this is the power to create a better world. The power of travel and tourism.
ITIC-ATM Middle East Tourism Investment Virtual Summit. How are you? Can you feel it in the air? Yes, I mean that little buzz of optimism in our industry. A new chapter, maybe. I mean, even the UK today is sunny. It's been sunny this morning. It's fantastic. Now, today's summit follows last week's highly successful in-person conference in Dubai, where the mood, I gather, was indeed one of optimism. In the one region in the world, the Middle East, which is probably the most advanced in terms of emerging out of the COVID lockdown restrictions that have affected travel and tourism so badly. My name is Rajan Datta. I'm a broadcaster and journalist, and I've specialised in travel, current affairs and business for many years, mostly for the BBC. And it's my great pleasure to be your host for a day that promises to be hugely illuminating. We have some of the sharpest minds and biggest players in the business. So let me first welcome my colleagues and the organisers to help kick off today's proceedings. Dr. Taleb Rifai, Chairman of ITIC and former Secretary General of UNWTO. Okay, so how are you?
Good to see you. It's always a breath of fresh air to hear you.
So tell me, as we, fingers crossed, hopefully emerge out of this lockdown period, what is, for you, is the priority, do you think? What should we be thinking about in tourism and travel?
We should be thinking of how we work together as governments and as nations, because it's all in the hands of governments now, unfortunately. It's not in the hands of people nor the private sector. Governments must learn how to work together, because that's the only way we could harmonize our procedures and move forward. Without harmonization, we won't be able to move anything forward. The multilateral system has failed us. We need to rebuild it. We need to reconstruct it. That's my point.
You also think that sustainability, in its many meanings, is going to be key to the future?
Definitely. We need to agree together on a definition for sustainability. I know this may offend some people. Sustainability is not just about the environmental sustainability, not just about climate change. Sustainability is simply sustain life on Earth for the future generations. And that means that sustainability is not something that is synonymous with preservation, conservation, not to touch things, not to move anything. We need to grow. We need to progress. Growth is a story of mankind all through its history. And population is growing, whether we like it or not. They're growing in cities. Cities are producing 77% of the carbon in this world. And in the year 2030, there will be more than 50% of the people of the world living in cities. We need to live with that dilemma. We need to grow. We can't just be anti-growth. Sustainability is not anti-growth or anti-progress at all. I always say the city of Dubai was not more beautiful when there was only the desert. And the island of Manhattan was not more beautiful when there was only no New York. Or the archipelago of Venice was more beautiful before Venice was built. What the past generation built is our heritage today. And the heritage of tomorrow is what we build today. We must continue to build, construct and grow. But it's how and where and when we build. That's the point.
The other thing is, when we talk about sustainability, we are also now, it has broadened its definition, definitely now, hasn't it? Because we're talking about communities, we're talking about diversity, we're talking about making sure that the poorest in the world basically have the same chances as the rich. It's all piled into the same notion now, isn't it, of sustainability?
Absolutely. It's all about people at the end of the day. It's not about just the environment in its static form. It's about the people living on Earth. They need to live, and living with dignity is important. Just not just living and breathing. It's how you live. You need to progress. You need to grow. We have to keep that in mind, because it's about people at the end of, about the communities. That's very true.
Well, you're going to be with us throughout the day. I think you're on the first panel that we come.
I think so.
So stick around. Obviously, lovely to see you again.
Thank you.
Let me now hand over to Danielle Curtis, who is Exhibition Director, ATM Reed Exhibitions. Now, you were in Dubai last week, Danielle, and it went very well, I hear.
Yeah, good morning, Rajan. It really did. Thank you so much. We had such overwhelming support from the industry. ATM last week was the first major in-person international travel and tourism event in the world in 18 months. So I really am happy to advise that we had 62 countries represented and attendees from over 143 countries as we finished. So it really is and was a resounding success and living proof of our industry's resilience and of course the eagerness to get back to a sense of normalcy. I guess to touch on your point in particular, to travel to the region, which stands out as a perfect example of pandemic best practice, especially when it comes to health and safety standards, vaccination efforts, and effective tourism recovery strategies. So I guess our ATM in person and our ATM virtual event in the last 10 days, we actually featured 67 conferences. The sessions were with 145 local, regional, and international speakers overall. So really a lot of ground has been covered. We were tackling future trends, unveiling recovery plans across all of the sectors. The developments were showcased and debated, which will of course assist in us paving the way for the ongoing growth of the vibrant sector. I guess if we touch on the point of the overwhelming consensus from ITIC's forum last week for the in-person event, and of course to reiterate Taleb's points, it's extremely important that the countries do work together and share the best practice and align their protocols in order to get the global travel restarted seamlessly and safely. And a point was reiterated by the aviation experts earlier at ATM also. So I know today's ITIC's theme is to invest, to rebuild, to restart. And it does complement the overall ATM theme, which was a new dawn for travel and tourism. So both of these positive messages, I hope, will inspire the whole of the travel and tourism industry throughout the Middle East, and echoing the points of putting sustainability at the heart of future development of the tourism industry in the Middle East. It will be crucial to meet the expectations of local and international visitors who I know we know are more socially aware and informed than ever before. So actually the industry has undoubtedly made some huge strides in this area with already a range of initiatives across the sector which are positively impacting the environment. So I know the summit will explore other ways to rebuild across the industry and continue with the future development plans, and of course focus on a number of critical issues, giving those unable to attend last week's in-person event a way forward. So handing back to you, Rajan, I'm sure that we'll touch on many other insights, but thank you and enjoy today's session.
Thank you, Danielle.
Thank you, Danielle. I was one of those people who couldn't make it to Dubai last week, and I was watching jealously on the screen, wishing I could be on a stage or just in the audience or anywhere that it isn't in my own home or in central London. So
it makes two of us.
And three of us, yes. Well, let me turn to you, Ibrahim Ayub. You're Group CEO and MD of ITIC and Invest Tourism Limited. Tell me, ITIC were all very much in presence last week. How did that go?
Yes, Rajan, good morning, everybody, and everyone who is watching us all around the world in different time zones, I believe. Right, because we have hundreds of connections all around the world this morning. Yes, Rajan, I mean, first of all, I feel really honored to welcome this morning ITIC-ATM Virtual Summit. I mean, like Danielle said earlier, to restart and rebuilding of this tourism industry of the Middle East with the emphasis on investment in sustainable projects like Taleb highlighted, right? Yes. Last week was a resounding success, I would say, and I mean, in partnership, obviously, with ATM to hold this first face-to-face summit after 18 months. You were with us, Rajan, last time when we did our last summit was in November 2019, and we had several plans of hosting live event in 2020, which unfortunately had to review all our plans. So we are really, I would say, congratulations to ATM and Reed for having taken such an initiative, right, to conclude this successful face-to-face meeting last week. It was really a great achievement, I would say, with the numbers of destinations and numbers of conferences hosted live, and thousands of delegates all around the world, I mean, who travel to Dubai safely. And it was done in a safe and secured environment. So congratulations again. As we said, the Middle East is standing out as a region offering its most exciting tourism prospects. I mean, following the pandemic and the COVID-19 vaccination campaign. Which I believe Dubai and the UAE are leading successfully to roll out this campaign. I would like also to seize this opportunity to congratulate the authorities of Dubai for their far-sighted, I would say, initiative to accelerate the recovery of their tourism industry. Like I voiced out last week, Dubai resilience needs to be commended and has already set the example for successful reopening of its borders to foreign visitors, and to show an example that we can hold successfully big events, globally big events. We can achieve that. It's a very good example for other destinations to follow, to gradually reopen their borders and to start some kind of a new normality, right? So I would say Dubai has taken decisive, timely decision in rolling out a massive vaccination campaign against the COVID-19 by ensuring a high rate of testing and by innovating in creating, for instance, travel corridors. Right, all these factors which need to be commended. And I'm sure Hisham, who is on a one-to-one interview with you later, Rajan will highlight quite a lot of few of their initiatives they took. Let me quickly drive you, if I'm not running against time, drive you quickly for the program of the day. Do I have some time to say that?
Very quickly, yes, you can just whisk through it. Yep.
I will start to thank all speakers and moderators who have graciously accepted to be part of today's summit. We have an impressive lineup. At 10:45, we'll begin with an overview of the Middle East changing economic landscape, led by the editorial director of Arabian Business, Eddie Taylor, having on his panel our chairman, Dr. Taleb, and to be joined by Nicolas Mayer, global tourism leader of PwC. And then we will have the chairman of Metis Institute, Mark Beer, who was previously the chief executive of Dubai International Financial Center Dispute Authorities, if I'm not mistaken. Afterwards, at 11:15, Rajan, you will have that one-to-one interview with Hisham Kazim, CEO of Dubai Tourism. Furthermore, at 11:30, during a panel discussion on the Hotel of the Future, Doris Grief, Managing Director of Langham Hotel for Europe and Middle East. Dinky Puri will join this panel, Dimitrios Vouhalis, and we will have Benjamin Clifford from Nevaya, who will share the latest strategies to customize the hotel offerings to specific needs of travelers. And that panel will be again a back-to-back for you, Rajan, to moderate here. Then at 12:15, Gregory Shurabian, Investment Executive Director of the Red Sea, will unveil a successful sustainable tourism development. I mean, the Red Sea has very excellent prospect and investment opportunities in Saudi Arabia that he's going to drive us through. This presentation will then followed at 12:30 by a panel discussion on promoting gender equality in the Middle East. Interesting, participant on this panel with the former Minister of Bulgaria, Nikolina Angelkova. We have Maribel Rodriguez, who is actually the acting CEO of WTTC. We have Sumaira Isaac, CEO of World Tourism Forum Institute. Then Catherine Lattimore, who is going from professor from Griffith University, Australia. And she is going to be joined by Sharihan Al-Mashari, who was the first female general manager in Dubai and the UAE, right? And this panel is going to be moderated by Dr. Nisha Abubakar, from a co-founder of World Women Tourism. At 13:15, we'll hear from Khalid Al-Mifta, Chairman of Sharjah Commerce and Tourism Development. His Excellency, former President of Mauritius, Amina Gurib Hakim, Hamad Al-Balawi, General Manager of Investment of Tourism at the Ministry of Tourism, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and Salvatore Lavallo, Head of FBI Attraction Abu Dhabi, right, to speak about investment in tourism for tapping its growth potential while remaining true to the high sustainability aspiration of different destinations. At 14 hours, we will have a presentation about China-Middle East cooperation presented by Marcus Lee, who is the chairman of SME Business Owners Association in China, then followed by at 2:20 for a holistic approach of the evolving tourism industry, a session driven by Professor Dimitrios Vouhalis of Bournemouth University. And on this panel, we will have Dr. Sanjay just to pronounce well his name, Nankani, and then we will have Priyanka Kapoor from Bell Swiss Hotel and Mark Abraham of Shackle Data, bring data and revenue back to hotels. Afterwards, we are going to have, not last but not least, Darren Dunn, president and co-founder of Zartico, will tell us more about his story of capital raising for startup from a number of perspectives. So that's a little bit, then we will have the wrap up and closing. That's a little bit in a nutshell to tell you what today is going to have on the program. So I thank you all and wishing you an enjoyable summit with us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ibrahim.
Fantastic, Ibrahim. And the only thing I can probably add here is that you watching can contribute to today. There are questions that you can put. There's a Q&A button at the bottom of your screen. And for every session, if you have a question, please write into that box and we'll try and get them answered for you. Okay, as Ibrahim mentioned, coming up very soon now, we're going to have a look at the economic outlook with some very clever people. So stay right there.
Thank you.
Welcome back. Let's now turn to an examination of the economic outlook. And let me hand over to Eddie Taylor, Editorial Director, Arabian Business, who is with a distinguished panel. So enlighten us, Eddie.
Thank you very much, everyone, for being here today. Thank you for inviting me to take part in this session. We've got a great lineup of speakers. My name is Eddie Taylor. I'm the Editorial Director of Arabian Business, as you said. And today we're going to be looking at the changing economic landscape and how that relates in particular to the travel and tourism sector in the Middle East. I'm delighted to be joined by Dr. Talib Rifai, Chairman of ITIC and former Secretary General of the UN's World Tourism Organization, Nicholas Meyer, Global Tourism Leader at PwC, and Mark Beer, OBE, who's the Chairman of the Metis Institute, and a man who's been twice named in the top 50 most influential Brits in the UAE by my own publication, Arabian Business. So thank you very much indeed for joining us all today. Nicholas, can I just come to you first of all and ask, what is your overall assessment of the tourism sector in the Middle East and particularly in the Gulf region right now? And how key is that to the general economic recovery in the region as we come out of COVID?
Sure, with pleasure, and good morning to all of you. It's picking up, and it's picking up very visibly and very positively on the ground. And I would say that goes for many of the countries in the GCC and in the Middle East in general. So we speak a lot of Dubai, where that is severe, and the UAE, where that is very much the case. But we've also now seen eases on traveling in KSA. Bahrain is having quite a bit of activity. So throughout the region now, we are finally seeing happening what we were waiting to be happening for a long time. As far as what that means for the overall economic assessment, it's huge, and it's huge for two reasons, right? So most of us, or many of us, when we think about tourism, we go back to our own experience and think of leisure tourism. And as the summer comes, of course, that is indeed very important. But the reality is what is perhaps almost more important right now is in tourism is business tourism, is travel, is the capability to connect suppliers and buyers and consultants and clients and financial advisors, and et cetera, back together again in all these professions that came slightly down because personal contact wasn't happening. So as far as the immediate contribution to the economic outlook, in addition to a good summer season ahead of us for leisure tourism, the reactivating of business and accelerating of business through these personal contacts and the travel easing of the travel restrictions, that's huge, and that's going to really help us in the next 6 to 12 months.
Dr. Rifai, if I can come to you, how much of a model do you think that the UAE has been in terms of opening up its economy, of getting its regulations and policies right, so we can actually look ahead with a degree of confidence, and that we're not sort of looking over our shoulders to the likes of the UK and to the likes of the Europe that are still kind of battling, if you like, with the effects of the pandemic? You know, how much of a model for the rest of the world has the UAE been and can continue to be?
The UAE has been great, really, in every sense of the word, particularly Dubai. It has lived up to its legacy of opening up in a responsible way. And that's important. But what I want to say here is it's not important now how good you do on your own as government. The important thing is how you work together as governments of the region. I think there's a meeting now in Saudi Arabia as we speak now. I sincerely hope that the leaders there would come together and agree on a certain protocol. You can't have a country that's insisting on lockdowns and another country that is demanding a vaccination passport, and a third country that's only like the UAE, satisfied correctly so with 72 hours PCR and a PCR on entry. I think we need to harmonize all of that. That's the key here. But the UAE, and particularly Dubai, has been doing great. I personally was in the UAE before the last week of Ramadan. I visited my children there. It was fantastic. I took a wonderful break. I'm talking to you from Amman, Jordan here. Jordan is struggling to live up to the standards of the UAE. And UAE can help everybody. I think what's needed now is leadership to lift everybody up together to the same standards, because this nature of travel is connecting people together. You can't have a country doing good on its own if the other country is not doing as good. So you need to create bubbles and corridors. That's the key to this. Thank you so much. Thank you, Eddie.
Mark, I want to sort of build on that a little bit, if I can, coming to you. We saw over the winter that the likes of the UAE offered something of a safe haven for Europeans, offered an outlet for Europeans to come and visit. How important is that in order to rebuild the general UAE economy, by providing a shop window for people to come and visit and experience the city as leisure tourists, and maybe come back as investors, maybe come back as people wanting to start businesses here? And I'm also thinking about the effect that will have when Expo comes around as well. So the fact that Dubai has been able to open up much more quickly is going to have reverberating effects throughout the whole economy from here on in.
Yes, that's absolutely right. I couldn't agree more. I think Nicholas's point about focusing both on leisure and business is so critical. The announcement that was picked up by Arabian Business this morning, Dubai going to be the meeting place of the world. What a wonderful ambition to re-engage business. Expo coming up, and so many high net worth individuals now relocating to the UAE, to the region, for the benefits that it offers, and not just benefits on the economic side, personal economic side, but actual benefits in terms of access. And I think that's what many people forget about the Middle East. The hub model, which began in '84, that movement of people with Emirates Airlines, the movement of things with the creation and the dredging of Jebel Ali Port and the creation of the economic zone there, and the movement of money with the financial center, that hub model is still valid today. And the perfect positioning of the region to pick up on the rise of the economies in Asia and the interconnectivity between Asia and the West, I think the Middle East is perfectly placed from a business point of view. And the number of people that I know who come on holiday to the Middle East, who come back excited with opportunity, excited to be able to own a realistically affordable place overlooking the sea, excited by the security and safety that's on offer, excited whether they're into heritage, excited whether they're into nightlife. It's something for everybody. And I think it's very much a beacon of hope for many economies looking at the recovery coming out of the Middle East.
And it's done very well as well. It's managed to kind of time certain regulatory frameworks very well as well. So we're now looking at things like the remote working visa, which was a very, very reactive but incredibly kind of foresighted policy to unroll. So people from around the world can come and live in Dubai and work, wherever their headquarters may be based. They can live and work here. Can you talk a little bit about the benefits of that in that same framework?
Well, I think broadly speaking, the world is de-globalizing. So we're seeing the increase in boundaries, barriers, tariffs and borders. And that is a cycle. It's a cycle we saw from 27 to the early 70s. It's a cycle we'll see for another 30 years. And that cycle requires economies that are committed to a globalized world to rethink how they monetize their business model. Singapore's doing it, Dubai's doing it very well. And it's that transition to the fourth industrial revolution, as Schwab calls it at the Economic Forum. It's that transition to the fourth industrial revolution requires a borderless economy. So we're no longer looking at economies that will thrive by defining themselves by geography. We're looking at economies defining themselves by having borderless licensing. That is the ability to license and do work without the need to physically attend. Borderless banking, the ability to open and transact in a borderless way. And ultimately leading, as we're seeing now, both on the private sector with DM and in the public realm in China with the digital currency there, a borderless currency. And this is where I think we're seeing Dubai and that transition to the digital nomad and that ability to do business from anywhere, but through an anchored, safe and secure environment. This is that transition that I think the Middle East is moving towards. So digital nomad, a digital business, a borderless economic environment. That's the transition that I see. And I, in a sense, people say, oh, well, Dubai's reacted or the Middle East has reacted to COVID. Actually, that's not true. If you look at the trend of movement towards a fourth industrial revolution economy started about 10 years ago in Dubai and slightly sooner than that in Abu Dhabi. What we're seeing now perhaps is an acceleration, but there hasn't been a deviation from the model.
Thank you for that, Mark. Nicholas, the sector's recovery around the world has obviously been hampered, just as Dr. Rifai said about, the international situation. You can't decouple one region from the rest of the world. What are the key steps from a policy point of view, whether individual governments or travel bodies or regions, that need to be looked at now to ensure that we can really begin to move forward aggressively?
Sure. So what it really is a variant of a vaccine passport or of an all-clear passport. And as of late, and I've been sitting a lot of these bodies that discuss this seems to have become to some extent a contested subject. I myself am a little bit puzzled why that may be, but the reality is that, and I think Dr. Taleb had addressed this very correctly, if we wish to have tourism and business travel, then there is absolutely no way that we are going to restore that without providing tools and digital support that facilitates rapid transit between jurisdictions. Now, whether that is on an app or whether that is a piece of paper, etc., those are just the mediums by which they are being provided. But the governments and the transnational bodies, IATA, World Travel Tourism Council, United Nations World Tourism, everybody can contribute, will need to come to a solution that says, I have the ability to create trust, comfort, and transparency between any two pairs of a travel, and to all the people in between that need to have a responsibility in there. Because we got to remember, it's not just the Swiss border guards and the Japanese border guards, right? It is also the airline, it is the taxi company, it is the hotel, it is the convention center, and. There seems to be a lot of resistance, perhaps more so in Europe than in other places, to such a notion. And I think those resistance are primarily driven by two levels. The first question is it fair to vaccinate, to require vaccination in order to have access to certain transportation spaces, etc.? And the second one was the question of data protection. Right now, the level of data protection, I believe that is an important, but ultimately a technical and compliance issue. We have no issues, or most of us have no issues in making our data available, be it for e-banking, be it for healthcare, be it for Amazon, Prime, Netflix, etc. And there simply that's a technical issue. The vaccination issue, whether you can require or not, that is indeed a societal issue, and different countries will need to come to a different solution to this one that fits for their cultural context and their societal context. But ultimately, I think that needs to be decoupled from the fact saying, as honorable as your reasons for not vaccinating must be, and I wish to express no judgment on this, that cannot mean that you should be put in a situation where you can impose your status on other groups that have jointly accepted that being vaccinated is a condition precedent to partake in a common experience. So that's what's going to happen. And as Dr. Taleb very correctly said, it can only be governments that take care of this. Otherwise, it's going to be too complex and too fragmented.
Yeah, and if I can come back to you, Dr. Taleb, on that, can you give me an assessment of the situation in perhaps the two countries in our region, widening it out from the UAE for a moment, the two countries in the region that perhaps rely on tourism the most, and that's Egypt and your own country of Jordan, where you're speaking from today. How have the twin issues of the pandemic and the recent conflict in Gaza impacted the industry, and how critical is it that those industries are rebuilt for the good of the whole country?
Okay. Egypt and Jordan are very similar in the state they're in. Their influence, their impact of the Gaza situation on them was more or less similar. We were not impacted that much because we didn't have international traffic anyhow to start with. So that did not affect us per se. But the important thing is the vaccine situation. As Nicholas just said, I don't think it's fair to play this vaccine game. It becomes a game of those that have it and those that don't have it. You can't have countries that are vaccinating so quickly and other countries that are not. Unfortunately, in the occupied territories, the Israelis have vaccinated their own people. They have not vaccinated the people in the West Bank or Gaza, which is very, very short-sighted in some ways, because You can't really, it needs 5 years at least for the whole world to be vaccinated, 70% of the world to be vaccinated. And real travel and tourism will not revive unless the whole world is vaccinated. Because you travel from one place to another. You cannot have a country that's vaccinated and not accepting people who are vaccinated.
Do you think, sorry, do you think that a bit like Israel's responsibility towards the Palestinians, the developed world versus the developing world has a similar relationship, that in order for the world to get back on its feet, it is the responsibility of the developed world countries to help ensure that as many people around the world do receive the vaccine?
Absolutely, absolutely. That's one point. But the second point, what Nicholas and Mark said, you can't just overrate vaccinated pandemic. The passport must be a passport of vaccination, plus PLC. If you're tested, you're okay to travel. I think testing is much more reliable in this regard. It must become more affordable, more available to everybody. Because when you test, you're guaranteed you don't have it. And that's what you need. Now, you could also have a peace of mind that people are not going to travel just because the government said you can travel. Now, you need to create some insurance policy related to COVID. And there are good examples in the world about this. The Caribbeans, for example, in Jamaica, I know of a program called Jamaica Cares, which is a special insurance policy. It guarantees you will be treated or repatriated to your home if anything goes wrong. That creates peace of mind to the traveler. Now, if you add that to digital nomads, as you said, then you have the return of international travel slowly to each of these countries. Nowadays, it's only domestic and regional travel that's thriving. International travel is not picking up yet, except in Dubai, for example, or Saudi Arabia, countries that have realized this from the beginning and are promoting themselves as hubs. That's what I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Salib. Mark, coming on to Saudi Arabia, which was just mentioned there, that's got perhaps the most ambitious tourism plans of any country in the region right now. I mean, from an international point of view, what are they getting right, and what do they need to do more of in order to stake a real claim to be a tourism magnet for the world?
Well, there's no question they have a huge amount to offer, and they're focused, aren't they, in the changing demographics. We've got two rising stars in changing demographics: the silver-haired generation, or those with silver hair or no hair. That is. Well, I was going to say, so distinguished. But you said we've got that, huge spending power, which is increasing dramatically. And then we've got the youth, particularly out of emerging markets. So those are two demographics. Now, with the developments of the kingdom, particularly around Red Sea, we're going to capture those that love to see heritage and experience, tradition. So they're capturing the rising demographic of the aging traveler, high spending, respectful travelers. I think that's really good, and it's a good step in the first direction. What I think is really interesting, though, is again brilliantly advised. I think is they're looking at the longer term trends. So we know that in NEOM, the city of the future, and I think in Red Sea, they're going to not only have a separate civil legal system governing, interaction between people, they're going to have a different criminal system. Now, if that goes forward, and it would need approval at the highest level in Saudi, but if you could travel to Red Sea and the environment would be similar to Dubai or similar to Singapore or similar to other attractive destinations, so that you get the safety and security, you get the heritage and the history, but you also feel that you're in a comfortable environment, then I think we see not only the rise of the silver-haired tourist, but capturing the second demographic, the more youthful demographic, coming to enjoy their holiday, boutique hotels, excellent accommodation, and diving and all of the other things that's going to be offered at Red Sea. So I see the trend for Saudi Arabia to be very, very strong. Of course, if you look at other changing demographics, we've got the rise of Asia and capturing the Asian tourist market. And that's going to be really significant. I don't know what the kingdom is doing. We'll hear later about that. But for example, the UAE has done a wonderful job in the last 10 years in capturing that as a growing economic, changing the visa requirements, more flights. So that's why I think the Middle East is exciting, because it's looked at the long-term trends. Let's not think that the Middle East hasn't been through some blips before. Go back to 2009, 2010, it was a hairy moment for the economies of the Middle East. So this COVID situation, 2 to 3 year issue, I mean, obviously important issue, but 2 to 3 year issue, in the long term, it's just going to be a small road bump in otherwise a fantastically planned trend of growth in tourism across the region. And I think if your question was, where will Saudi be? I think it'll be a premier tourist destination within a decade.
Very interesting. Unfortunately, we've got to kind of wrap this up, but final question to you, Nicholas. What would your message to investors from around the world in the travel and tourism sector be about where the Middle East is right now and what the opportunities are?
Sure. So first of all, I would point out that there is a very diverse economic landscape between the different countries, and opportunities exist in all of them, but they may not be the same. I think, and that happens to a large extent. The informed external investor needs to start building a very differentiated view of the opportunities in the different countries in the Middle East and the investment opportunities therein. If we quickly look at, and I think that's perhaps the most interesting one, because we had just spoken about it, and I have the pleasure of speaking to you from Riyadh today, and I think Mark pointed out most of the elements in there, but my message would be, you must come and see for yourself. Right. I have seen places in the kingdom that in my wildest dreams I would not have thought existed, of natural beauty, of man-made beauty, of experiences, of all spectrums. And I think certainly the kingdom, for example, is not well known well enough yet outside to simply allow you to make your investment decision on an Excel sheet and a glossy. So come and see it. For some of the other territories and countries, I mean, it's different. I think we just heard it. Dubai and the UAE is going to come out as a winner of this of this unfortunate moment. They have unbelievably well and with a lot of agility realized how they could position themselves. I love living there. They've made me feel very comfortable, very safe, and I see it, how this is going to happen. But I would also like external investors to realize that tourism in the entire region is gonna take off faster than before. Egypt is absolutely ready to just have a start through. We've seen about the other Gulf countries having increased initiatives. So you need to see it differentiated, you need to come see it, and you need to pick your spot and then understand what the dynamics are. And then there's absolutely exceptional and phenomenal tourism investment opportunities, be it in the more classical bricks or mortars, or in the experience or education side, where that investment is not only very attractive, but also very needed and will be very welcome.
Nicholas, that's a wonderfully positive place to leave it. And I thank everybody on this panel for joining me today for a very, very illuminating and informative chat. Thank you all again for joining me. I will hand you back to Rajan, and I hope you all enjoy the rest of the summit. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Welcome back. Now, I'm delighted to introduce our special guest for a one-to-one interview. He is fresh from the success of the largely in-person ATM in Dubai last week. Issam Kazim is the CEO of the Dubai Corporation for Tourism and Commerce Marketing, the DCTCM, which was established in December 2013 as an affiliate, I believe, of Dubai's Department of Tourism and Commerce Marketing. Now, having built and developed DCTM's team from the ground up, as well as its large network of international offices, Kazim leads all activities vis-à-vis the branding, promotion, and marketing of the Emirate of Dubai. Welcome, Issam. How are you?
I'm good, Rajan. How are you? It's always a pleasure to see you.
Likewise. And last week was a great success. There's already been talked about. But let me ask you first. Dubai has earned the reputation of being one of the safest global destinations after the outbreak of COVID-19. Tell me, how do you think it's earned this reputation?
I think, Rajan, you bring a very good point. I think we've always prided ourselves on being a safe destination, even prior to COVID, but for different reasons, of course. But with COVID obviously being the topic the hot topic right now that everyone's talking about, and the unfortunate cases around the world, of course, our heart goes out to all of those who were impacted by it. But also, hats off to the frontline workers across the world that have done a phenomenal job so far. And I think we've come a long way through it. We've learned a lot, gained a lot of experience, but we're still not over it yet. So I think it's very, very important to keep a gauge on that. Now, coming back to what Dubai has been able to do, I think I can safely say that Dubai was one of the first places to actually impose a full lockdown when things happened. And the government was very, very strict about it. There were strict curfews. In fact, I still remember very clearly that they had launched it immediately, an app where you would log in all the emergency needs. They were listed. So whether it's a hospital visit or pharmacy visit or so on and so forth, very, very specific items that you would have to select, put in your plate number, and also request a time slot for you to be out and about, get an approval on the app for you to be able to allocate that window and be in Dubai to do whatever you need to do and go back again. So it's extremely, extremely strict. While this was happening, there was a lot of citywide and countrywide sanitization program that was launched across every single thing, from streets to malls to shops to hotels and so on and so forth. And also in parallel, we were starting to look at all of the policies and procedures that we have in place, because yes, we want to stay safe, and that is absolutely the paramount importance. But at the same time, we knew that we cannot be in lockdown forever. So we wanted to also be prepared to what a opening up would look like under these new circumstances. So we always knew that that's going to happen sooner rather than later. So as soon as we had the lockdown really managed well, what we did was we started to open up in May. So from March lockdown to opening up in May for domestic tourism, and with extremely strict guidelines, far stricter than what was needed, but gave us a chance to really gauge how that is being practiced, how that is being put into play, and also to slowly ease up a little bit to find that perfect balance between being able to be out and about, but at the same time not at the cost of the public safety. So that balance was extremely important for us in order for us to be able to open up for the international market. But before doing so, we were making sure that we had campaigns running in parallel. We had all the communication going out globally of the efforts that we were putting into place, which in turn awarded us the Safe Destination stamp from the World Travel and Tourism Council, which was recognizing all the efforts that are being put into place. But again, we didn't want to rest on that. What we did was, from a government perspective, we brought in the private sector. We were engaged with them throughout the entire process. We had weekly sessions with them, virtual calls, every single department meeting with every single individual from the private sector to ensure that they are as aware as we are of the circumstances and situation as is developing, but also putting out these new procedures across the entire sector with new policies. And whoever actually qualifies gets a Dubai Assured stamp, meaning anybody out and about going and visiting these entities and establishments, see the Dubai Assured stamp, gets that reassurance that these things have been certified. And it's not about getting it once, but making sure that we spot visit them every 2 weeks to ensure that they're still following those policies and procedures as well.
Wow, that's pretty comprehensive. I mean, and what that means is that basically you hope, I think it's probably true, that foreign visitors feel safe, but also so do the employees. That's equally crucial, right?
Absolutely. I think that's far more important than anything else, because for us, when the lockdown happened, we wanted to ensure that all the residents felt safe, every single person in town, as well as those who found themselves stuck in Dubai because they couldn't go back because the ports had closed. So we wanted to make sure that they felt safe as well. And also what the leadership did during that period of time was they extended the visa for free, because they didn't want these guys to panic and feel like, what do we do? Are we like illegal now? So they just told them, listen, extending it for free, feel comfortable. This is home for this period of time. And that also gives us a chance to roll out a lot of new programs like the virtual working program, because we noticed a lot of people are working now from Dubai. So we said, you know what, go ahead and enjoy the infrastructure that Dubai has established over the years, and feel free to work from here. And of course, it so happened to be during the period of time where Dubai was perfect weather to be outdoors, and it was sunny, and it was beautiful, and they were avoiding the harsh winters elsewhere. So that fit in perfectly for them as well. So I think all of these things working together, getting the frontline workers comfortable and safe and feeling safe as well. And also when the vaccine rollout came out, we made sure that all of the frontline staff who are dealing with so many different people on a daily basis are amongst the first people to get vaccinated. So there was an amazing drive, even complete support from the government to ensure that we are taking these mobile platforms that people could actually taking it to them and being able to actually roll out the vaccination right at their doorstep, basically.
Now, a lot of people have been almost kind of spelling out the end of business tourism, of business travel, certainly. And I know that, you know, Dubai very strongly positions itself as a MICE centre. How much do you think there is a positive future for business travel and business conferences in Dubai?
Look, I think it's safe to say that we were one of those who are also thinking that, you know, the future might become virtual to a certain degree, and, you know, that thinking about future and what it holds and how it's going to change with VR and so on and so forth. But I think it's safe to say again that COVID gave us a real life example of what that looks like. Yes, it makes meeting people a lot more convenient, so you don't have to have phone calls or wait for the personal meeting. So a lot more efficiency across the digital platforms. However, one thing is for sure, that virtual will never replace the in-person concept. And if anything, it was very, very apparent in the ATM that you mentioned earlier, that if it was possible, and if the safety regulations weren't there, everyone would be hugging, because they couldn't wait to meet in person, to actually be there and have those conversations face to face. And the ones who couldn't make it, yes, we had a chance to connect with them virtually. So I think that hybrid model will be the future, but definitely the in-person meetings, conferences, exhibitions are here to stay.
I think the hybrid concept seems to be the in term, doesn't it? I mean, it seems to apply to, for instance, and we'll talk about this soon, about hotels of the future. It seems to apply to business trips as well, where there'll be a hybrid of personal, leisure, perhaps, and business, and for a longer time. That seems to be definitely a trend that's come out of COVID.
But not as a replacement, Rajan. And I think it's almost like me telling my wife and kids that, you know what, I'm going to put up a destination on screen and that's your vacation. I'm pretty sure that's not going to go down very well. So it'll be the same for business events as well.
Yeah, it incorporates travel as well, definitely. Tell me this. I know that the visitors to Dubai fell by more than 65% last year, despite you keeping your borders open since last July. What level are we at now?
If you look at when we first opened up in July, so July numbers, we saw about 40,000, right? I mean, if I just quickly go back to the strategy was very clear. 2012, we had 10 million visitors, international visitors. We were number 7 globally. Obviously, in true Dubai spirit, we always try to aim at that number 1 position, right? Always aim for the highest that we can achieve. And we saw a beautiful growth year on year, and we've had record numbers literally every single year up until 2019. And 2019, we had 16.73 million visitors from around the world that had visited Dubai. Those numbers in terms of the top 10, top 20 markets kept on changing because we had implemented an amazing diversified market approach, which really lent itself perfectly to achieve those numbers. We even started January, February of 2020 with record numbers. There was 4.2% growth for that period of time. So everything that we had done was really working well. And then March lockdown happened, right? So July, So again, let me go back. March to July, we didn't sit quiet. We had campaigns that were running. What we did was, in the first instance, we started a campaign called Till We Meet Again. And the whole objective of this campaign was purely and simply to say, we understand where you are, because we could sense from online, from the people that engage on our platforms, that there was this sense of anxiety, not knowing what's going to happen, right? That sense of unknown, that fear of, is this going to be the future, right? And they don't know when it's going to end. So we sent them beautiful images of Dubai, empty as well. So we're saying, as you're missing traveling, we miss you guys as well, you know, and showing them that we're hand in hand. We're going through this all together. And we saw that it really landed really well with the target audience, and they started to engage with it very well, and they appreciated the message that was coming across, and the sceneries and so on and so forth. And as that anxiety started to change into frustration, and people were bored of sitting behind those four walls and wanted to just explore what's beyond them once things open up, we started to send them throwback messages of things happening in Dubai, and showing them memories of, look, these are the things that you used to enjoy in Dubai, and we can't wait, right? And we called that campaign Ready When You Are. And we also had a bit of a tongue-in-cheek approach to it. So we show people practicing putting in their living room. And then while we in Dubai are perfectly manicuring the putting greens, telling them that we're ready when you are as well. So that as well had a very nice feedback, and people started to share their ready when you are messages with us. So that really, you know, kept on going well until the Live Your Story campaign, which we're going through now. So July happened, we opened up, we had 40,000 visitors at that point in time. And if you compare that to March of 2021, we've had over 450,000 visitors for March. So that's over 10-fold increase. It's not where we were in 2019, not where we would have liked to be if the situation was different, but it is definitely a very welcome a place to be given the current circumstances. I think everyone asks, so what does that mean for the rest of the year, and how is that going to look? It's very difficult to say, because today markets are open, some might close and others might open up again. So we are literally leveraging the agility that we have developed over the years with our diversified marketing approach. And we are ready with campaigns and assets and messaging. And literally, as the market shuts down, we tone down. We don't shut it out. We tone down the messaging there. And as soon as the market opens up, we immediately go full force there as well, aligned with all of the parties. So you have the airlines, you have the hotels, all the industry over here as well are very well engaged with everything that we're doing. And they're also aligned with their packages and offers to be able to go into these markets as soon as they open up as well.
Sadly, as Eddie was saying with his panel, time is running short, which is a real shame. There's so much more I can ask you. But I do just need to quickly throw ahead to Expo, which is happening later this year. Now, this is a big, big deal. What are you hoping out of this? I mean, can we possibly get back to normal figures then during Expo time?
I think, look, to be honest, I think the numbers will be different, right? And we have to be realistic about that. We all hope that it goes back to realistic numbers, but there's so many factors at play here. You have the market situation. You also have the carrier situation as well. So you have the local carriers where, you know, we work very closely with, but as Dubai has always been an open skies destination, we work very closely with the Dubai airports, and we work with all of the key source markets for us, and working with local carriers to invite and bring in people to Dubai as well. And when the case offers itself, we're ready to work with charters as well. So we are ready. The appetite is there, but it all depends right now on the developments that are happening across all of the world. So for us, what we're going to say is we're working with Expo, with all the plans that they have put in place, aligned with the plans that we have in place. We're working with the trade across all of the markets that are there. We're talking about 190 plus markets participating in Expo, being the largest pavilion participation by countries from any Expo in the past. The programming as well is 6 months long, starting from the beginning of October 2021 all the way through to the end of March 2022. And they're promising more than one event a day, every single day for 6 months. So it's going to be jam-packed with business events, festivities, concerts, opera, so on and so forth. So it's going to have something for everyone. So from our side, we're definitely going to be pushing and knocking on every single door, making sure that it's as easy as possible for people to access Dubai. But the numbers will all be reliant on things that are unfortunately out of our control.
Well, with you at the helm, Issam, I've got absolutely no doubts that it will be as good as it can possibly get. So thank you so much for joining me. I really appreciate it. And I hope I can come over as well.
I hope so too.
All that. Fantastic. Now, don't go away, because in a couple of minutes, we're going to be looking at hotels of the future, the new normal. After we've experienced what we've experienced, what will happen in that sector? So don't go away. Welcome back. Now, what does the future of hotels look like? And what is the new normal for hotels and hospitality? Because the COVID-19 pandemic has brought deep changes in tourist behavior and uncertainties concerning their needs. So to try and adapt to these evolving changes, hoteliers are increasingly shifting to new technologies to offer a new customer experience. Hospitality is being redesigned to allow for flexibility and greater personalization at the level of customers' treatments in hotels. I am joined by 4 people who know exactly, well, so they hopefully will anyway know exactly what's going to happen in the future with hotels, each from their own perspectives. Doris Greif is Managing Director and RVP Operations Europe and Middle East of the Langham Hospitality Group. Dinky Puri is CEO, Eagle Wing Group. Benjamin Clifford is the founder and CTO of Novaya. And Dimitrios Puhal is Director, eTourism Lab and Deputy Director, International Centre for Tourism and Hospitality Research at Bournemouth University Business School. Welcome, everybody.
Hello,
nice to see you. Dimitrios, I wonder if I can turn to you first to give us perhaps some introductory thoughts and an overview of what you see as being the prospects for hotels in the future.
Thank you, Rajan. I think hotels and hospitality have always created fantastic experiences and memorable experience for travelers, that they are going to different places to see and experience destinations, or they're going as business travelers to facilitate a range of different meetings, conference, incentives, and so on. And hospitality has always provided the home away from home and office away from office. And I think this is something that we'll see in the future, but with a twist. I think where we're going in the future is this transformational experience where when someone comes to a hotel, they'll kind of like to feel at home, then they would like to connect with people, and they would like to have real experiences. So I think we're going to go away from some of what I call the plastic experience, the procedures, this here you ask, all the kind of operating procedures, to much more kind of hospitality from the heart, and real connection, real engagement. And also, we will need to actually understand why people are coming to us in the hospitality industry, what they need, and understand what is their context in that particular moment. And quite often, people do not know what they want. So I think the hospitality industry will emerge as this kind of magician, if you like, that will manage your time that you have with us. So if you come to my hotel, I would like to take your 7 days or 2 days that you're going to stay with us, or even 3 hours, and make value for time for you. So the 2 days that you're going to spend with us will be memorable experience that you're going to go away and you're going to say, yes, I went to this hotel and I had the most fantastic time in my life. You'll become very loyal. You'll come back, or you'll become an advocate. You'll be telling people that this is what we'd like to do. So to shortly answer your question, it's really hospitality from the heart. It's really engagement, value for time and for money, and making sure that we engage with consumers to create transformational experiences.
Thank you, Dimitros. We will come back to you. Doris, I mean, you're the coalface, if you like, of this. You deal day to day with real people coming into your hotels. What, for you, does the new normal look like in hotels? I mean, when it comes to lobbies, bars, rooftop pools, room servicing, all that stuff, how will it be different, do you think?
Well, I think we need to start with what it is right now. I mean, as you know, being here in London, we were able to reopen under certain guidelines our hotels last Monday. And in the absence of international travel, where we really do not know yet how long it will stay this way, we created with Langham a number of packages focusing on staycations. People can't go away as yet for their holiday. So it is really, really your local travel which dictates what we do. And as Kostas outlined earlier, it is all about making sure our guests are feeling comfortable with us and also our colleagues. So all sorts of healthy and safety measures we have in place are actually now even more important, because whilst we are going well ahead with the vaccination status, guests as well as our colleagues need to make sure that they feel comfortable dealing with each other. So, of course, technology helps a lot with contactless check-in. So, you know, nobody needs to touch that registration card anymore. QR codes on food and beverage menus. But there is still also a big customer base who wishes to have that menu. So we provide both options to our guests. In terms of staycations, I think at Langham we are calling our frontline colleagues in particular the wellness and well-being concierges, making sure that our guests know that we do everything to provide safety, yet having the 5-star luxury service in mind. On the staycation front, we created packages, and I'll give you Sydney as an example, and Hong Kong in particular, with the adoption of pets, which took place over this pandemic. We created special staycation packages where they don't need to leave their pets at home anymore and have dog sitting sessions available and so on. And in Hong Kong and Sydney particularly, that was a fantastic success. Here in London, we launched a resort in the city package where we teamed up with providers like Tally Ho in London, where we organize bike rides around town, but also let guests experience the things we do in hotels. We have a cooking school, so there's a lot of activities for guests to have a little taste of what we do in hotels. The flower making sessions, the masterclasses in tea, but also cocktails, and there's a lot of uptake, which we really enjoy. And whatever that new normal is going to be, we still don't know yet. I don't think we should live in the illusion that things will go back to the way they were in the near future. I think this is here to stay for a while. And I'm picking up what Isam said in the earlier session on hybrid meetings. They will stay for a while. And we just had last month as Langham our Global Leadership Conference on a hybrid basis. And it was heartwarming to see all of us around the globe in different time zones still being able to have a good discussion with each other and seeing each other. Do we want these face-to-face meetings back? Absolutely. But there will be a little bit of time to wait for this. And maybe one last comment on creativity and the innovation we stand for at Langham. At our Cordis Hotel in Hong Kong, we had all these empty spaces in the ballrooms and still have them. So we created a kind of a movie theater where the ballroom was converted. Instead of binge watching Netflix at home, we had very comfortable beds, luxury linen, and we served, the popcorns and the drinks. And our guests in Hong Kong absolutely love it. So creativity, innovation, and adaptability is key in these days, and will stay for a while.
Just pick up on a couple of things there. One is obviously sanitation and space are going to be premium factors for clients. So does that mean that, for example, I don't know, breakfast buffet will not exist anymore, or does that mean that shared elevators will not happen? I mean, just give me an idea of how you're looking at that.
I'm picking up at your breakfast comment. We have abolished breakfast buffets quite a while ago at Langham. In our luxury hotels, we aim to do the proper a la carte service, if you will, but also pandemic-driven buffets, I think, will be a challenge going forward. Maybe we had a little bit of an advantage because a lot of our hotels are in mainland China, who got hit very early in this pandemic. So we learned from the colleagues in China how to adapt the sanitation, but also thermal screening has been installed throughout our hotels, front of house, back of house, so that also suppliers, the colleagues and our guests get screened. And of course, we distribute, masks, sanitization kits throughout our hotels. And I think that is here to stay for a while, because what we are seeing also now in this last week after reopening here in London, whereas at the first time we reopened in summer of last year, there was a lot more reluctancy of people wearing masks and keeping the space. And this has completely changed now. People are very, very careful, and that's a good thing. Restaurant seating, indoor capacity, of course, has been reduced. But at the same time, we took the opportunity to increase outdoor capacity. So we've created a major terrace garden for our opening last month. And it's really, really good to see guests not only take it up, but also keep the space. And I think the awareness and the realization of how serious this pandemic is has really hit in. So both our frontline colleagues, ourselves, and our guests are really working hand in hand here.
Thank you for the moment. Dinky, you basically work on two levels, don't you? Because I think you have some hotels, but you also advise and enable investment in new assets in the hotels. Tell me, how do you see the future? Is it going to be, are certain types of hotels going to prosper in the future?
Well, look, I'm optimistic of the future, and let me briefly give you a little bit of research. For example, over the past years, we've seen about 473 hotels open, which is about 160,000 rooms. 21 shows 155,000 properties opening. 22 shows, again, about similar number of hotels opening with about 52,900 rooms. 2023, little lower than that, with about 21,000. Dubai, or UAE, quite clearly stands out as the top producer, with about 203 hotels and it's about 60,000 rooms coming to be. Saudi comes after that. And the best part is the mix is 50-50 between luxury and mid-market. So signs of investment, development, and hotels going forward is, I personally believe, I'm optimistic about it, and it's encouraging. The key factor here for us as investors who invest in hotels, who advise, who asset manage around the region, is that vaccination rates and countries have managed it pretty well. Now we've got to just get on with this. We can't cripple the industry. We can't cripple a country. And I think if I, being a Singaporean, I look at Dubai or UAE and mirror it with what we do in Singapore. And I can honestly and prudently say that I think Dubai and the region and UAE at large have managed it extremely well. They're managing risks, they're opening the market, and you've seen Hassan talk about it, and I endorse whatever he said. The key factor here is that an investor has also recalibrated his own thinking as to where in which asset class he's going to put his money. He's rethought return on investment, and most probably he's come out a little more intelligent after sizing down what the product is going to be all about. And I hereby and firmly believe, and we've learned it from Singapore, will be landlocked, is to create hybrid products at the end of the day, knowing that markets are going to be tough. It's not going to be business as usual, but it's going to be business. People will travel. Human beings travel. And I'm optimistic that as we get on with things, we've got to work collectively. The government's going to do their job, which they do. We shouldn't be trying to do those. We got to find spots that we believe that will bring the right investments. And the area is so blessed in terms of the geographical location. I'm not worried. I am not worried. I think it looks optimistic, and I really believe that you'll see things improving as long as we collectively work with the authorities, partner with them, and we're a little more disciplined than we were in the past.
I saw you on stage last week talking about the hotels of the future, and you use that word hybrid. Can you unpack that word for us a little bit? When you say hybrid, what does that actually mean? Does that mean apartments as well as hotels? Does it mean business as well as leisure? Explain that to me.
Raj, you see, you only got a given piece of land against a cost of land. The key factor here, where an investor wants to work with a developer and a brand, is to ensure how does he create different revenue streams to complement the cost of investment and return. If there is a particular segment, if you do a vanilla hotel, and that the demand supply equation doesn't work, but there is a demand factor in extended stay, residential, or apartments, you got to look at that and convert that to really make it more meaningful as a business. Now, where I struggle is twofold. One is certain brands have very little domain knowledge, and they try and run the business outbound of how they run it, maybe in Americas, Australasia, or maybe South Asia, without enough expertise on ground, whilst market or authority norms actually mature. And that's where conversation between an investor and local authorities need to happen a little more aggressively to induce investors and say, listen, your strata title, for example, is not totally there. However, we believe corporate travelers, project people on projects, look at safety, one in a service apartment, one a residential, they want to own title. How can we make that happen? And that's the key differentiator, which will make the business successful and handle the market trend where it's going. Now, those brands who have worked in the region understand how they're going to realign operation versus local law and manage the risks going forward are going to be in the front line, while others get to know it and manage risk. The risk appetite needs to change for an investor and a brand.
Thank you. I'm going to come back to you soon and ask you about what your direct advice would be to potential investors. And we might even role play a little bit here. But Ben, I want to turn to you. Now, Ben, you're fascinating because, and I'm sure you're fascinating in every way, but
thank you.
But basically you come from a family-run hotel background, don't you? An independent family-run hotel. And yet now you are working very much in technology. And let's just go into this technology. You don't have to bit of explaining here, because obviously Doris mentioned contactless, but contactless is just the tip, isn't it? It's just a tiny part of this.
Yeah, it's really quite interesting. So I came from a family background. I was literally born in a hotel and ended up seeing systems not talk. So I ended up building little interfaces for things that were pretty esoteric and painful at the time. And I built what was later called an OTA as a project at university for something to do. And the first HSA gateways we built ourselves, and all this started to focus on guest technology. This sometimes lagged behind what people expected at home, but there was a time when we used to go to a hotel and expect to get more TV channels and movies on demand and that sort of stuff. A hotel was a better place. For a long time, hotels have not offered what people could get at home, and we've been catching up. So I think technology's played an interesting role there as we try first of all, we were sort of competing. I've got this, you've got that, I've got this. We've now got this sort of ambient area where people are bringing their own content and their own experiences. Right now, it's Chromecasting is a sort of name of that, where people bring their own content and enjoy that in the hotel. I think extra things will come too, and it's how they're realised. I'm really interested in how things like contactless, like you mentioned, have become something we have to do now. And they're processes that the hotels used to own. And if we take that for a second, contactless check-in, was a really great touch point for hotels to start imparting their mission, their brand into guests. It felt like if you had a good experience at reception, it was really very good. It was the first time you often spoke to the guest, and now we've got contactless check-in. It's a neat process, and everyone does it because it feels safe. But I wonder if there's a gap now whereby technology vendors have made these processes, and hotels are having to use them. The guests want them now, but I think actually they've been handed over to the tech vendors for a while. I wonder if the hotels are going to want to get those back at some point, because they're interaction points with the guests. So I think perhaps along the title of the talk, the future is allowing hoteliers with their domain-specific knowledge, particularly of their guests, their market, to design these experiences. So rather than tech vendors like us make contactless check-in and bring your own content, that sort of thing, what you actually end up with is a toolkit that actually enables the hoteliers to build their own experience, so something that fills the gap in between. So the tech vendors are no longer saying, I believe this is the way we do this, here you go, here's a product you take. It's actually, here's a toolkit, I've made it so you can use it, and people in charge of your guest experience can go and build that and use that. So we start to use technology as not as a stopgap that's making people feel safe, but actually something to extend what we previously had at a check-in experience, for example. And then I think we've now got extra places where we can talk to these people. So we can talk to guests pre-stay and post-stay with apps. It always used to be it certainly felt like a fight to get space on someone's smartphone to use their app. It's like, am I going to install that app? Well, 9 times out of 10, I don't, because I used to stay at a lot of hotels per year and I don't want 50 apps. Now I might have to. There's a different value proposition, and maybe the hotels can use it as an example or a way forward to actually say, well, I've got this app, it's not as personal, but actually I've got a different reach. It's not as deep, but it's wider. So before and post, but how do we focus on making that better and get the hotel's mission in there, really?
Can you tell me how far your product has spread? Where are you now in terms of your relationships with hotels?
Our own product is in 30 countries. I think, I don't know how many tens of thousands of hotel rooms directly, but we power a lot of interactions between systems. So often we're white labeled and we're actually inside other people's products. So some of the products you'll see for apps and guest experience, like controlling your AC and your room blinds and that sort of stuff, we're quite often what we call the middleware part in there. So we're quite often there, very quiet, keeping quiet, just doing those things. But of course we provide TV user experiences, casting and Wi-Fi and all those sort of good things. And just thinking about that's one of the things where we've seen surprise and success. We built a system so hotels could design their own TV experience. And we thought we knew about TV interfaces. And we sort of did a little bit, but what we found was by bridging this gap from a tech vendor to, here's a toolkit, how would you like your TV system to look, for example? How do you want to greet the guests? Do you want to play music and turn TV on when we see them present their room key card or now their phone at the door? What do we want to do? By giving that to the hotels and enabling them to do that, they built far better stuff than we could do because they understood their guests better. We thought we did, but the minute we almost exposed that and took the tech away and said, here's a toolkit, you can build this, and work with them to build something. We found some rather exciting customers building things that we'd never thought of. And that was a really great experience, and actually felt quite, it felt good for us because we thought that's a great experience there for the guests, but it felt like we'd taken this painful interface away from between what the hotels wanted to do and what the tech vendors were doing. We're saying, look, we've actually made this hotel It's what you understand. Go use that, and then we'll support you where we want to. And by us effectively getting out of the way for that, we found they've generated amazing things and far better than we would do. And also they can be agile and they can do it more quickly, which I guess is the whole cloud mantra. Let's be agile. Let's do things quickly. Let's adapt quickly, and let's not have hotels spend a lot of money up front in expensive tech stacks that they then struggle to change later on. So many layers of abstraction there.
Thank you, Ben, for the time being. Demetrius, when you hear all that, all the different perspectives there, I'm getting the kind of notion that the role of the hotel, and I think you touched on this, the role of the hotel will change to almost being a curator. Is that, of somebody's whole experience in another destination, in a destination?
Well, hotels have always played that. You will always go to the concierge and will always kind of create your experience. But I think what's happening with with some of the applications, like what Ben was saying or Doris was saying early on, is that we will understand the customer before they arrive, because we will kind of engage with the customer before asking the right questions. Say, why are you here? What are you going to hope to get out of this experience? Are you coming here with a family, or are you coming here as a business traveler, or are you coming here with your mates to go to a football match? And all of those things will lead us to different things. And I think that's a trick that we have kind of not explored in the past. I'll talk to hoteliers and say, okay, what is your market segment? And say, we will welcome everybody. And I said, yes, but what are you going to do with everybody when they arrive here? Because quite often some of the market segments will not be compatible with each other. If the football guys were going in the same room with the family guys, there will not be a happy coincidence. And I think it's really, really important to kind of understand in advance and engage in advance what value would someone like to get out of that, and kind of go out of our way and surprise guests in a different kind of way. So if you're coming here for a birthday, I may do a little surprise, and not the typical kind of cake, kind of, the plastic kind of experience. It's your birthday, I gave you a cake, thank you very much, goodbye. But I'll understand what kind of cake would I have? How can I personalize, contextualize your experience? How can I deliver your cake with a fantastic kind of experience? And the higher you go up in scale and luxury, the higher you're going to see this personalization, contextualization. On the other end of the scale, you see the very bare, no frills kind of properties that they will deliver a price competitive advantage. And they'll deliver, I'll give you the room, but in the best possible way. And what we'll see is that we'll see pricing emerging in a very personalized thing. We will kind of personalize pricing to the levels that the consumer is willing to pay, and going back to our revenue management, yield management, and see how we can optimize consumer requirements and supply-driven things. And a lot of things are happening right now in the industry, where a lot of hotels have actually turned their rooms to long stays, and they're renting by month, and they're doing all kinds of things. And I think but always people are looking into what can we do in the future. And in fact, a lot of the things that we've done for a long, long time is exactly what's required. And sometimes when I'm doing training around the world with hotel managers or hotel owners, they say, yes, this is what we were doing 30 years ago. Because 30 years ago, when the industry was not as professionalized as it is now, we are actually giving hospitality from the heart. So it's a mixture of engaging in this dynamic kind of experience co-creation, but using all the tools on the background to fulfill that on large scale. And it's taking advantage of technology to actually do high-touch products and services.
Thank you. I want to just talk about the kind of hotels that will, in the immediate future, perhaps do well. And I want to bring Doris and Dinky in on this one. I mean, last week again, Dinky, you said that you thought that maybe the luxury end was probably taken up, and the mid-market hotels would would do well. Can you just expand on that for me?
Well, what do you do in a hotel or a lodging business? You sell an experience. You sell a good sleep experience, an F&B experience, and overall, a customer chooses the bandwidth of the product that he wants to be staying in, or affordability levels. Now, I eventually believe that, for example, I'll take Dubai or the regional GCC, except for Saudi, where there is larger capacity of luxury planned out to roll. Personally, in Dubai, you've got high quality in national products already operating at luxury. I like to see stability and regrowth in that segment, whilst the under provider segments in terms of select services, mid-market, upper mid-market, service apartments, extended stay, given a stronger thrust. At the end of the day, as a country grows, a city grows, you've got to look at travelers' needs at every bandwidth. They focus what the government had initially of bringing a particular city or country to the face of travelers internationally was done by them. Now investors need to go back and see how are they going to capture the movement of people at different bandwidths. Now, we all know that this is, well, you've had SARS, you've had COVID, and you may have something, God forbid, in the future again. But bottom line, you have to have elasticity in the market, both in terms of capital cost, return of investments. And I think there is a clear vacuum in quality mid-market, upper mid-market, extended stay where it's going. And in countries and regions where you see development activity that's going to take place, security, well-being, costs are critical. And that's where the service apartment extended stay becomes extremely important. What are the drivers that influence this at the end of the day for a professional? It's cost of medical, schooling costs for their children themselves, and housing costs. Now, these three need to be kept. When you see investors in these three segments getting greedy and wanting returns like they've had in the past, you've got a problem because the cost of operation for a company is going up. And you've got to reverse engineer that to ensure that you're creating a fertile ground for investors to bring back businesses. And this is important. It's like when you get into hotels and you can't play the role of a country or a policeman or a medical authority, whereby you can't, whilst you're bleeding and looking at a recovery, start putting investment costs in high definition cameras, medical equipment, etc. That's got to be picked up by somebody. But your housekeeping needs to be done. And if ever, we've heard colleagues talk about it, all these medical facilities or COVID preventive measures are becoming a part of housekeeping. We don't talk about it anyway. It's a part of FF&E. What you would talk about, and you would expect customers to come acquire them, grow them, retain them, is going to be interaction with your customers directly to keep them apprised of what you're doing for them. And that's a part of the new age of selling an experience. As I keep saying, those are key factors which to me will influence the return of business and most probably help in bringing back investment returns.
Darius, in terms of this thing about long stay service apartments, all that sort of stuff, is that something that Langham are interested in, or how do you see it?
We do have in our portfolio a number of hotels where long stay is a segment. Here in London, we have, for instance, 14 apartments, if you will, or suites, which are geared up to the long stay, which includes your fully fledged kitchen services, of course, and whatever our customers want. I go also back to what you asked earlier in terms of long-term luxury or mid-term, and I think every destination needs a good balance. And having lived for many years in Dubai, we were always very, very strong on the luxury front, but we were missing at a certain time the mid-market. And I think as a destination overall, to make a destination attractive for a real global audience in various income values, you have to have the balance. So I think London is a good example, like many other very competitive cities, having both. And the extended stay component is in some destinations maybe bigger than others, and the near future will tell where it goes. But I wanted to come back to Ben earlier on the technology, if I may, just for a second, because digital messaging platforms is something we use, and it doesn't require apps anymore. In fact, the guests have the choice. Do they want to communicate via the phone, an SMS, or WhatsApp? WeChat in China, extremely important. So technology moves. And to come back to your contactless check-in, we experience actually very positive guest feedback because the check-in experience isn't taken away. It has been shifted from a front desk, potentially queuing with other guests, to a one-on-one experience, bringing you directly to your room or suite. You just don't, touch certain items anymore. So we'll see how it goes.
I've got to say, from a point, I still massively appreciate the one-to-one relationship that you have with somebody who works at a hotel. It's so important. I don't come to be isolated in a big building. I want to be engaging with other people. Now, obviously, I'll be taking care over sanitation and whatever else and too much proximity. But ultimately, I want to meet new people. That's why I go abroad. And I think we have to keep remembering that aspect. Now, I want to just, we've only got a few minutes left, but I want to just perhaps ask each of you to paint a picture, a pen portrait, really, of how you, in your most optimistic way, see hotels working, perhaps from a customer's point of view, in, say, 10 years' time. Let's get quite futuristic here. I know 10 years in investment is no time, Dinky, but anyway, let's do that. So Ben, let me start with you. I mean, you're in that world. You're kind of futuristic. What for you is a perfect scenario for a client in a futuristic hotel?
I think the key word that will be there's various buzzwords, isn't there? I think the key word will be ambient, where the experience is something you bring to. Professor Demetrius mentioned not having plastic experiences, and that this becomes a scale problem. It's how do I collect enough information about that guest willingly to give them a experience without invading their privacy? And of course, people have collected large amounts of information about people at scale before. I mean, Google are experts at this. Do we think they're not going to be presenting the information they have in order to enrich an experience? They have a hospitality program for already. So I think that actually turning up and the experience being molded around you. I turn up with my smartphone. Maybe there's a secure locker where it's got my preferences in the things I like, when my birthday is, maybe a little more subtle than that, but that's sort of stuff. So when I turn up, the hotel knows a lot about me to best serve me. And I think that will be a scale issue in terms of if these are independent silos that each hotel group or chain has, the information might not be rich enough to provide those good experiences. They might still be plastic. I think so it'll be whoever does that first and gets the scale so that everyone else buys into it. And that's where I'd hang my hat right now.
Very good, and you're in the right place to deliver. So to you, Demetrius, what would you say? What's your vision of that hotel in 10 years' time, and how much is it affected by what's happened recently?
I'll take you forward. I think 2030, it's a good kind of time to think about. And I think what's going to happen is that, hotels are moving in parallel to a lot of other technological developments and a lot of other society developments. And I think we need to see the whole thing, what's happening by 2030. And I think artificial intelligence and machine learning will be driving a lot of those things. So what's going to happen is that when you arrive in your hotel with one of those, the artificial intelligence that you're going to have in here, your personal agent is effectively going to be your personal concierge that is going to talk to the concierge of the hotel. And then what's going to happen is that we'll start personalizing the experience, because we'll say, my agent will kind of represent me. And instead of going to the concierge, it's going to go to the concierge agent on the other side and say, I know what Bukhalis needs, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things. Can you personalize the experience in the room? And can you personalize the experience nearby? given the requirements of the customer, what kind of restaurants are there nearby in 2 kilometers around that they are meeting those criteria? What kind of other experience? Is there any seats on the theater tonight that we can get? Is there opera happening? So this conversation is going to be happening between technology, and then a proposition is going to be pushed to consumers by pulling information from the context. So that is the experience on the technology. And then when you're looking into the physical aspect of the hotel, before I arrive, someone will ask me, what do you want in your room? Do you want a mirror in your room or not? Would you like, what kind of water would you like in your room? All the things that currently we can do, but I need to make a phone call, speak to reservations. Reservations has got to speak to food and beverage. Food and beverage has got to speak to room service, and room service has got to speak to housekeeping. When we kind of get all the ecosystem work together in smart hospitality, we'll say that before Bouchalis arrives in a place, those are the minimum requirements. Some people like minimalistic rooms and they would like to take furniture away. Some people would like to have more stuffing. Some people would like to have flowers. All of those things will kind of engage, but technology will be driving, and technology will be enabling all of those things. And as I said before, it's society and technology will be moving 2030, and hospitality will evolving in a disruptive way, I have to say, because quite often we are not very innovative in the sense that we are not adapting so fast. But we will be moved to a very disruptive kind of future where the professionals will actually do very, very well and improve their competitiveness, attracting higher prices and attracting more guests. And you can see several players out there that they are doing that because we are moving that way. But I think the soft customization, the personalization based on the context in real time is what's going to drive hospitality in the future.
Doris, I mean, these are the conversations you must be having quite often, and I guess your competitors too, because you all want to get an advantage. But at the same time, traditional luxury, the old-fashioned big hotel has got its allure as well, hasn't it? So how do you see that?
It absolutely does have it, but as said previously and also in the panel, AI will very much be used to predict and anticipate our guests' preferences and make sure that we are absolutely geared up to this. But I think when you ask 10 years out, I think what is as important as artificial intelligence, sustainability. As hotels and the tourism industry at large, we have to go greener. And the younger generation now, you see the political debates, for instance, in my home country, in Germany, where government recently by higher courts was pretty much penalized to say planning till 2030 isn't good enough. You have to give that future generation an outlook. And I think we can do a lot in the hospitality industry to become more sustainable and greener. And that for us at Langham is a huge drive, having engaged a couple of years ago already, but pushing forward. Because the one thing with this pandemic, a lot of single-use plastic has creeped into operations, and we need very, very quickly to go away from it. So, and in particular in the luxury league, there are the opportunities on a bigger scale to do so, in my view.
Environmentalism, obviously crucial. We didn't mention sustainability very much, but you're right, millennials expect it. I think it's expected now by a lot of customers. Dinky, lastly to you, and just to wrap up really, I mean, people are already obviously investing in hotels now to be ready in 10 years' time. So that, but is it more than just bricks and mortar now in terms of how the investor and the hotelier, perhaps they're working together, or the hotel operator owner, are they thinking, wow, they're thinking that far ahead in terms of the experience of the consumer?
Well, hotels are a part of brick and mortar. It's just the business that you do within the bricks and mortar at the end of the day. The issue here is to get efficient, do whatever it takes from product improvement to service delivery to ensure that it's measurable and it does make money. And that's changing, brands are changing, they're rethinking their relationships with investors. And I think investors are looking beyond how they did business yesterday. And I believe that they're going to look at it more aggressively. And I keep coming back to creating new revenue streams from a given parcel. And that's going to be the future. Otherwise, you've got to be sitting on some pretty heavy investments with much longer returns, which may not be conducive to investor.
Very wise words to end with. Be creative, be inventive. Absolutely. Thank you, all of you, for being creative and inventive. Thanks for joining me. And I hope that we can engage with this kind of conversation again in the future, because this is crucial. What's happening in the hospitality and hotel sector, I think, is central to how tourism will develop as we move on. Thank you very much indeed. I have to wrap up now. Just to say, hang around, because coming up, we have a presentation of a successful sustainable tourism development, which is in the Red Sea. So please stick around. See you in a minute.
Thank you.
Welcome back. Now, Saudi Arabia has become a big player in tourism of recent times. And to tell us more about that and a particular Red Sea project, we're going to go now to Paul Hoskins, who's a director of the ITIC Limited Invest Tourism Limited. Hello, Paul. And you're going to introduce our next guest.
Yes, good afternoon, Rajan, and good afternoon, Greg, and good afternoon, everybody. It's great to be with you today at our International Tourism Investment Conference Summit with the Arabian travel market. And as we speak about the developments in today's world, we have some very exciting, groundbreaking and innovative project developments on the go, and not least in Saudi Arabia on the Red Sea. And today I'm joined by Gregory Sarabian, who's the Executive Director for international investment in the Red Sea development. And welcome, Greg, to today's session. And we're all very interested in hearing about what Red Sea development is up to in Saudi Arabia, and the very special ways in which this giant project is being approached, because I know that you're going to tell us a lot about the sustainable environmental aspects of the activities and the opportunities there are for joint ventures and further investment in this multi-billion pound, $3 billion project. And I know you've had a lot of experience in the commercial and real estate world. You were starting with PricewaterhouseCoopers. You're, I think, a resident formerly of New York, now in Riyadh, where you're joining us from today. And welcome. And let us hear a little bit now about, well, not a little bit, but a lot about what you're doing with the Red Sea development in Saudi Arabia. So please, let's start with your presentation.
Thank you very much, Paul. I appreciate the introduction, and for everybody for inviting me to be a part of the ITIC-ATM Middle East Tourism Investment Summit. As Paul said, my name is Gregory Sarabian. I am the Executive Director of Investment for the Red Sea Development Company. The Red Sea Development Company is developing Saudi Arabia's flagship tourism projects, the Red Sea Project and Amala. Both projects, born out of Vision 2030, are sponsored by the Public Investment Fund of Saudi Arabia. I'm here today to talk about the Red Sea Project, a pioneering project on the Red Sea coast, which is transforming tourism in the kingdom and leading the global transition towards regenerative development. But before we begin, here's a short video. There should be some sound on this. Are we able to?
Gregory, it's playing. Don't worry. I should have said that to you before. I'm sorry.
The sound's playing?
Yeah. But you won't hear it.
Okay.
Now we can.
Thank you.
We are breaking new ground. We're thinking differently. Sustainability is no longer enough. As David Attenborough so rightly mentions in his latest film, we're moving from being apart from nature to becoming a part of nature once again. For us at the Red Sea Development Company, nature is our most valuable asset and our greatest inspiration. We are located between Al-Waj and Umluj on the west coast of Saudi Arabia, in an area comprising a pristine archipelago of 90 islands teeming with coral and sea life, spectacular mountains, rolling dunes, and even dormant volcanoes. Our master plan was approved by His Majesty King Salman in 2018. Since then, we've been constantly breaking new ground and building on our promise. And to date, we've awarded over $2 billion worth of contracts. Our hub island continues to build momentum, created in partnership with some of the world's leading architects and designers. And work on our new international airport, designed by award-winning architects Foster & Partners, is well underway. Our site hosts 4,000 construction workers, and this number is growing weekly. Soon, they will be housed in our new construction village with the highest quality accommodation, healthcare, and sports facilities. The construction of our coastal village is progressing well. Eventually, this will be home to 14,000 people who will work at the destination. Connecting all these locations are newly completed roads, jetties, and causeways. Upskilling young Saudi talent is also our priority. For example, our partnership with the University of Prince Muqrin has provided 120 scholarships for international hospitality management degrees accredited by École Hôtelière de Lausanne. And 45 Saudis from the local area have been trained to manage our 100-hectare nursery. Conservation is a must. Sustainability, a step in the right direction. Saudi Arabia's groundbreaking vision is coming to reality. This luxury flagship destination is delivering new standards in hospitality. Carbon neutral regenerative development is at the heart of our ambition. But the new frontier for tourism development is regeneration. This is what the Red Sea Development Company is all about.
Okay. Great. I hope you all enjoyed the video.
Fantastic.
Thank you. Thank you. Look, the Red Sea Project is the world's most ambitious tourism project. It is a luxury destination created around one of the world's last hidden natural treasures, setting new standards in sustainable development, and will position Saudi Arabia on the international tourism map. Next slide, please. Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030 recognizes the role sustainable tourism plays in its future. It is seen as a driver of investment, an enabler of innovation, a pillar of the economy, and a generator of jobs. Around the world, tourism accounts on average for 10% of a country's GDP, but in Saudi, it's about 3.5%, which is mostly driven by religious tourism. We see a tremendous untapped market opportunity for leisure tourism. Next slide, please. So we are fortunate that the project is strategically located at the crossroads of Europe, Asia, the Middle East, and Africa. The size of our development site is massive, 28,000 square kilometers, which is roughly the size of the country of Belgium. We are an 8-hour flight from 85% of the global population and can reach 250 million people within 3 hours. Our climate is comfortable with moderate weather, and we have an average of 32 degrees Celsius in summer with little to no rain and little to no humidity. With weather like this, we intend to create the first truly year-round resort destination in the GCC. Next slide, please. Look, we all know that the luxury segment is the fastest growing in the tourism sector. However, we focus on it for a more nuanced reason. We have 28,000 square kilometers to develop. While this presents a great opportunity, we focused on it more by necessity as it relates to sustainability. Most of our site is very fragile. And so while we are limiting our development potential, as we don't want to destroy it and fall victim to over-tourism, but by going up the chain scale, we're able to accomplish the goal as well as target a rate of return for our shareholder. Next slide, please. Look, our site is an untouched hidden gem in every sense of the word. We have a diverse range of natural wonders, including an archipelago of more than 90 pristine natural islands, thriving coral reefs, sweeping desert dunes, mountains, canyons, volcanoes, dormant volcanoes. And when you take all of this and you layer in thoughtful planning, programming, and development, you're able to create meaningful experiences which cater to today's modern luxury traveler. Next slide, please. In recent times, tourism has often been too disruptive. The social and environmental impact often outweighs the economic benefits. We believe this is our chance to rethink tourism and create a new formula for the ideal destination, one with sustainability and regeneration at its core. This means that we need to treat our destinations with a purpose. Simply not making a mess of the place is no longer good enough. We need to seek to make the place better, not only for today, but for generations to come. And the key to finding this delicate balance between the status quo and sustainable growth is, and has always been, nature. And as the video said at the onset, to paraphrase Sir David Attenborough, we need to move away from being apart from nature to becoming a part of nature once again. And this has been our goal for the Red Sea Project from the very beginning. Next slide, please. As I've mentioned, sustainability is key to everything we do. Not only do we intend to preserve and protect the environment, but we're going to step further to enhance the environment. We consider ourselves pioneers in this. We've adopted best practices in circular waste management, zero emission mobility, sustainable food production, as well as sophisticated carbon sequestration strategies. We are using low impact construction methods and nature inspired solutions. For example, lightweight structures that can be placed and disassembled if required. Another way we are minimizing our environmental footprint during construction is by pursuing off-site manufactured buildings and structures whenever possible. The project will be completely powered by 100% renewable energy 24 hours a day. And to accomplish this, we're building the world's largest battery storage facility at 1,000 megawatt hours, allowing the destination to remain completely off-grid. Never has this been attempted before anywhere else in the world on this scale. It is the largest regenerative sustainable project ever designed and built, and our goals are noteworthy. Instead of simply maintaining what exists today, we have set ourselves the goal to increase the conservation value of our destination by 30% by 2040. We have created the largest landscape nursery in the Middle East. It's the first to specialize in native and endemic Red Sea plants. We're protecting animal habitats and key endangered species, such as the nesting habitats of the crab plover and the critically endangered hawksbill sea turtle. We launched a turtle tagging program in partnership with King Abdullah University of Science and Technology to track and better understand the behaviors of the hawksbill and green turtle species native to the Red Sea. Now, while we're blessed with thriving coral reefs, now is not the time for us to be complacent. We are actively seeking ways to increase Red Sea coral reef abundance through enhancing reproductive success, through coral nursery development, and thermally adaptive reef building, as well as growing coral in the lab using 3D printing technology. And on top of all that, we also consider ourselves to be a good corporate citizen, to where we will create socioeconomic benefits and employment opportunities. We estimate approximately 70,000 direct, indirect, and induced jobs to be created. Next slide, please. We are fortunate to have been granted a special economic zone designation. The SEZ allows us to create a legal and regulatory environment based on international best practices, as well as to create an environment with relaxed social norms to welcome tourists from all over the world. The laws are being finalized with the various ministerial committees, and we expect to stand it up soon. Next slide, please. We are also creating a destination-wide smart infrastructure. This effectively serves two purposes. One is to enhance the guest user experience, and the other is to create an infrastructure and backbone which effectively allows us to monitor our climate and sustainability-related activities and really hold us accountable. Next slide, please. So when you take all these key 6 pillars in total, our strategic location, the natural environment, diverse activities, sustainability at the core, the smart destination and NSCZ, we believe that this provides a compelling value proposition for today's modern luxury tourist. Next slide, please. As this is a leisure destination, the Red Sea project is anchored in hospitality, and we offer a diverse array of experiences and price points. Our strategy has been to partner with best-in-class hotel brands with the reach and credibility to support our activities. We want to be able to leverage their distribution and booking engines to drive awareness to the destination. And while we were thoughtful in the brands chosen, we ensure that they will be complementary to the destination and not cannibalize on each other. Given that we are a luxury destination, for phase 1, approximately 10% of our key count is your 7-star hyper luxury product. About 50% is your traditional 5-star luxury product, and about 40% is what we call premium, which would be entry-level luxury, like a 4.5-star offering. So if you want exclusivity and privacy, we have our mono islands, which are mostly over-the-water villa product. Think the Maldives and Bora Bora. If you want to be where the action is, we have our hub island called Shuraira, which has 11 hotels and is filled with all the amenities, like a golf course, dining and entertainment, marina, yacht club. And if you want something even more exclusive and unique, we have our inland destinations in both the mountains and the desert. Again, there's something for everyone here at the Red Sea. Next slide, please. Our first phase comprises a total of 16 hotels and 3,000 keys across 5 islands and 2 inland sites, and will include all of the hard and soft infrastructure to enable and support the destination, including a brand new 5-star international airport to ensure connectivity to major hubs and global source markets. The overall project, once completed, will deliver about 50 hotels and 8,000 keys. Next slide, please. So on completion, This will be an integrated resort destination offering a comprehensive array of hospitality and leisure and lifestyle options, all supported by state-of-the-art infrastructure. The Red Sea Development Company is the master developer. And while we are not selling off individual plots of land, we are seeking partners who share a commitment to sustainable development, Vision 2030, and the like. And we will partner with them in the form of joint ventures or fund formations. Next slide, please. We are progressing at a rapid pace and are looking forward to welcoming our first guests by the end of 2022, when the international airport and the first few hotels open. We have completed and brought online several assets and supporting infrastructure to date. To date, we have awarded over $4 billion of construction contracts and commitments. Late last year, we entered into a large-scale public-private partnership to design, build, operate, and finance our primary utilities, including our renewable energy system. And we have recently secured and signed a $3.8 billion green loan facility to fund development of phase one, noting that this is the first ever real-denominated green loan in the kingdom. Next slide, please. Look, we covered a lot here today. And candidly, a 15-minute presentation does not give this project enough justice. It is very ambitious, and we are making great strides in bringing this to reality. At the end of the day, we are creating an integrated tourism destination that is a haven of barefoot luxury, bringing together nature, ecology, culture, and sustainability. With all that being said, I hope you all enjoyed the presentation, and please feel free to reach out to me with any inquiries. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Greg. That was phenomenal, and it is without doubt one of the most ambitious and exciting development projects anywhere in the world, I would vouch at the moment. And to expect that the first property will be available along with the airport by 2022-23 is fantastic. So I'm sure everybody joins me in wishing Red Sea Development and you and your colleagues every success for the future. And I hope that there'll be some people attending our summit today who will be interested in getting in touch with you to discuss the possible joint ventures which you spoke about.
Yes.
And to take advantage of those opportunities, because it's quite clear that it's all happening in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia at the moment.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you, Paul. And we would welcome that, welcome any dialogue. So like I said, please feel free to reach out. And Paul, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Indeed. Thank you very much, Greg. And we look forward to learning about the next stages at future events. Thank you so much.
Sounds good. Take
With that,
care.
I hand you back to Rajan to introduce the next session, which is promoting gender equality in the Middle East. So please wait a few minutes and we'll be back with you very soon. Thank you.
Welcome back to this ATM ITIC summit, virtual summit. It's now time for a very timely discussion on promoting gender equality in the Middle East tourism industry. And I'd like to welcome as moderator to Marco Thanisha Abu Bakr, who is founder and director, Elevated Consultancy and Training co-founder, World Women Tourism. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Rajan. Good afternoon to everybody from Singapore, and good morning, good evening to wherever you are in the world. My name is Nisha, and I'm a spirited campaigner, I would say, of women's empowerment. And my passion is in harnessing the growth potential of women through capacity building, education, and training, and therefore a co-founder of World Women Tourism. So before I go into the objectives of today's panel, give you a little bit of a background to this topic, is that we know that tourism has been regarded as a significant driver of women's socio-economic empowerment. And compared to other sectors, tourism provides more opportunities for women's employment, entrepreneurship, as well as leadership. According to World Bank, with effective policies, strategies, and tourism can be a powerful development tool to close the gender gaps in societies. So there have been many, many advancements in the empowerment of women in tourism globally, but many are still lagging behind in terms of economic opportunities, social mobility, access to financial and other resources, and employment rights and privileges. Particularly in the report by United Nations, which is a special report of Middle East, we have found that the women continue to lag behind other regions in the world with respect to women's agency and socio-economic participation. So as mentioned earlier, this is the right time to talk about this, because some of the reports in the pandemic had shown that the pandemic has a regressive impact on women's trajectory and socio-economic advancement. So what we like to do in this panel, we have the three objectives. Number one, to identify the current status of gender empowerment or gender equality in the Middle East tourism region. Number two, to highlight some challenges that are evident in the tourism industry that inhibits gender equality and empowerment, and also to explore some of the policies, strategies, and best practices from the region and globally for a more gender diverse and inclusive tourism industry, particularly in the post-pandemic world. So it's my honor and pleasure to have five so inspiring and empowering women. And let me just take the privilege to briefly introduce them. And when we talk to each and every one of them, I will go into further details of who they are and what they do. So first we have Nicolina. She's the Member of Parliament at the Bulgarian National Assembly and the former Minister of Tourism of Bulgaria. She has expertise in financial management and legal frameworks, which makes her a very influential advisor and a policy maker to the government. Next, we have Maribel, who's the Senior Vice President of the World Travel and Tourism Council. Prior to joining WTTC in 2014, Maribel has accumulated more than 20 years of experience in sales, marketing, communication, and commercial experience in both the aviation as well as the hospitality sectors. Next, a very impressive panelist, Sharihan. I'm so happy to meet you here. Highly impressive background as a hotelier at various established hotel chains for more than 40 years. And I think you have broken the glass ceiling to where you are at the moment. And I think you have received, we see that you have received several accolades as the best general manager of the UAE. And also you have been involved in training and capacity building of the tourism, trade, and hospitality industry over there. And next is a really, really fantastic colleague of mine and friend, Myra Isaacs. She is a destination expert and influencer for more than 25 years, and she brings immense international knowledge, and I think we will be benefiting a lot from her insights. Besides assisting several tourism boards and local governments with their destination development plans, she is now the CEO of WTFI, World Tourism Forum Institute, that envisions reshaping economies through tourism-related infrastructure, investments, creating jobs and driving diversity and sustainability. Finally, we'll be joined later by Associate Professor Catherine Koo, another really close friend and colleague of mine. She's an international expert on women and children in tourism, and she has published extensively on women in tourism. And she is also an editor-in-chief of an international journal, Tourism Management Perspective. She's also the WTO's regional expert for the 2018 Global Report of Women in Tourism. And we're going to be speaking more about this later as we move on in the panel. Okay, ladies, are you ready?
Yeah.
Everyone's ready? Okay, here we go, right? The first thing, we are going to anchor the conversation based on the 5 global themes that were established in the Global Report on Women in Tourism, namely employment, entrepreneurship, leadership, education, and community as being keys to women's empowerment in tourism. So the very first question, I'm going to pillar it on the employment aspects of women in the tourism industry. So the tourism industry is highly regarded as a major source of employment and pathway for inclusive development. And when women are gainfully employed, they not only significantly improve their own lives, but also uplift their families, community, and the society. In fact, the 2015 McKinsey report established that there's a potential gain of USD $2.7 trillion and a 47% boost in GDP by 2025 if women had access to the same economic opportunities as men. However, the reports are showing that there are several challenges and impediments for the gainful employment of women in the global tourism industry, particularly in the Middle East region. So, Shaihan, I would like to extend this question to you. You had a stellar career and progression in the tourism and hospitality industry in the Middle East. In addition to many other achievements, you have been the first female Emirati general manager in hospitality. And of course, you know, some of the other accolades as the best general manager for UAE and continent. Now, could you share professionally and personally, what are some of the challenges that you face to break the glass ceiling, and how did you overcome this? And how can women in the Middle East avail themselves to the opportunities that are available in the tourism industry?
Yeah, thank you, Nisha, and good afternoon to everybody. Now, I'll just shed the light on where I am, and we've got this fantastic and knowledgeable visionaries who are on the panel today who would share a global perspective as well. Now, the situation I've had is being an Emirati, but not just that, but living in the UAE in the top context of an environment that separates itself slightly from the region in its progression. So historically, the UAE has been known, part of the GCC, but also in the region to be pro-women and pro-women empowerment across the field. Giving you a trajectory before getting into where I am today is, looking at the leaders and the leadership in the UAE, how we've come so far historically, since the 1930s with the discovery of oil, then to its unity. So we are having our ministries and our federal national councils actually led by 50% women. And that also includes in the ministerial levels, a Ministry of State, and also a lot of initiatives that are being projected under the UAE Gender Balance Council, and it's a federal entity that actually imposes and designs initiatives, programs, and develops initiatives for all government sectors to implement and narrow the gender gap issues, and also support them in terms of policies and how to make it possible for women to take up the role. Now, we know so much about hospitality and its traditional forms. It's always been a male-dominant industry. I think that hasn't changed much. It has changed a little bit, and we've seen that in the past 10 years across the globe, but also in the region. Now, I started nearly 14 years ago, and I moved from aviation to enter hospitality. Now, entering the industry that contributes to a significant global GDP of 10.4%. And, according to ILO, we're looking at 55 to 70% of women who are actually working in either hotels or service industries had the opportunity of equal pay, equal opportunity, and giving them a stance in leadership positions started earlier. We can see a significant growth in economic development as well. So going back to my history, luckily living in the UAE, and UAE being quite progressive in the region, I had to grow through the ranks. So there is no easy way for a woman in any industry, and particularly a male-dominating industry, be it aviation or hospitality, travel and tourism. You have to earn your stripes, and it's always more difficult because you've got to prove yourself a lot more. And along the way, you will work with a leader who believes in that, who believes that there has got to be a gender perspective of things, because women play a significant role, not just in their vision or management design, but also what they can contribute. And, I think when women are in charge, they're not just in charge of the place, but they always factor in a lot of the socioeconomic aspects of things and the empathy part of things. And, a lot of people talk about gumption, and a lot of that comes with women leadership styles or management or decision-making styles. So I started from wearing a chef jacket 14 years ago and worked all the way up to becoming a general manager. And it was tough, because coming from an environment that still holds traditional mindsets, the Arabic mindset of the industry, of what it is and what does it mean for a woman to actually hold a position, what does it mean to work in hotels, and to break through that norm and to watch as the years evolve, and as the support of leadership, and that comes through government policies, we've seen that change how Emiratis and how the region actually looks at the prospective hospitality from a different eye. It is a career, and it's a career for a lot of great people to excel at. And being the industry with a significant role of providing jobs for now, it used to be in the past, now, and also looking forward into the future, it's got a great potential to bring in more women and encourage more women to be part of that.
Thank you, Sharihan. I think you've raised really some two important points that I picked up. One is that the establishment of macro policies or national policies that got to be in place to support it. And there are, of course, differences in the different countries within the region. And secondly, I think you talked about leadership and mentors that were instrumental towards you, elevating yourself in this industry. And we're going to pick up on that shortly. And it's interesting that you mentioned that you were in aviation and hospitality as well, because I'm going to pose that next question to Maribel, because the regional report on women in tourism in the Middle East indicated that the majority of the women employed in the tourism labor force are found working in the hospitality sector, so restaurants and hotels. And there are vertical and horizontal gender segregation in the vocations in the industry. For instance, we see a lack of female tour guides. not only in your region, but we see that in the Maldives, for example, or Sri Lanka, Bhutan, where I do a lot of work, and we see that happening. And at the same time, you see less women in senior decision-making jobs as well. And the contribution factors seem to be, in addition to gender norms, it's also the gender-based discrimination in the recruitment practices for certain jobs. So, Maribel, what do you think? How do you think governments in the private sectors in the destination, the Middle East, can create and promote diverse job opportunities to enhance, equality?
Before I answer to your question, thanks for inviting me today. It's not a question only to be tackled in the Middle East. It's a question to be tackled at a worldwide level, because 54% of travel and tourism industry employ women, okay, which is a lot. It's because the rest of the sector is 39%. That is a good news. Another good news is that when it comes to public sector, ministers, it's at 23% versus the rest, which is 21%. The bad news, and the bad news not only for the Middle East, but the entire world, is that less than 5% of the leadership positions are supported by women. That is a super bad news. When you go, for example, to places like the US, 1 out of 4 women are occupied a top role. So that is not a question of education, training, is more than that. Okay, so there's a lot of studies that are demonstrating that women get super quick to middle management roles, but then they are stuck in the middle. What do we have to do, not only in the Middle East, but at worldwide level, to make sure that women are able to join top leadership positions? And it's a question that we have to all of us answer, not only the private, but the public sector. What are the policies? We have a lot of ideas, how to promote sponsorship, putting gaps or talking to universities, allow that 50% of the world are coming and supporting the other 50% of the world. But we need to work together to promote that, because otherwise it's going to be very, very complicated. And the sad situation is, if we continue like that, and it's a report that was just recently released by the web, the gender gap is going to be closed only in 135 years. In 2020, it was 99 years, okay? The time we will take to be at the same level, women and men. Now, because of the pandemic, and we can talk about that a little bit later, because how it affected women, is 135 years. Do you have time for it? I don't have time for it. None of us have time for it now. So it's a little bit bigger than this discussion of only in Middle East and only in Europe, whatever. It's a question of how can we work together, women and men, public and private sector, to make sure that they have 50% of the population is equally represented. Because there are studies that say that being inclusive, being diverse, putting minorities in your company, it will give you a 20% of results in your bottom line. So it's not only about diversity, it's about as well efficiency in companies.
Thank you, Maribel. I think one of the important points that you highlighted is not just about the government. I think there needs to be a close cooperation with the private sector. Very often, I've seen in certain countries, they leave it to the government to push agendas. But I think if it is steered also by associations at the grassroots levels, as well as the private sector to drive this agenda, it works far better, than government solely pushing the national agenda for gender inclusivity. Thank you so much.
Don't worry.
Yeah, thank you. And I would like to touch a little bit on entrepreneurship here in addition to employment. And Sumaira, I think you're the best one I could direct this question to, because I think as the CEO of WFTI, where you are steering and pushing for investment, especially in the Middle East region, one of the things that we see is that tourism is a potential industry, right, which has got ample opportunities for entrepreneurship for women, particularly in a region that has been characterized with high unemployment levels, right? So you have micro enterprises, home-based crafts, community-based tourism businesses. So, and it also allows for, minimal startup capital, flexible working hours, right? And you can work from home. However, Many literature out there has stated that women face 3 significant challenges. Number one is the access to finance, and that has been ranked as number one in many research out there, right? Number 2, building business networks where they could collaborate and look at procurement and marketing. The next is the ability to bring their businesses internationally. So there is a significant gap that we see between the credit that women entrepreneurs need and the finance they actually have received. So Sumaira, tell us, how can governments and private sectors funding organizations create and strengthen the support ecosystems for women's financial inclusion and entrepreneurship? And I give an example, to extend the venture capital or improve the regulatory constraints. And what is WTFI doing to support this agenda?
Thank you so much, Nisha, for having me here and with this esteemed panel. It's lovely to meet all these wonderful, powerful ladies. So I want to start off by saying that Middle East, fewer than 1 in 10 tourism workers in the Middle East are women. Though this proportion is steadily increasing, and there are several initiatives that are being taken currently by some of the local governments. Saudi Arabia is one of them. Egypt is on the forefront, and as Sahian just mentioned, UAE, the gender equality programs that they are currently running are extremely commendable. I also want to put out one more statistic, and to me it's a very important one, that 21% of tourism ministers today in the region are female. Okay, and as compared to 23% on a global level. So that's a very positive sign, and a lot of these 21% actually come from developing countries like Africa, in the continent of Africa. So it is being recognized as a sector that is women friendly, and I think more and more women are beginning to engage, and the governments are beginning to understand the value of this engagement and how they can support it. So the key, there have been a lot of studies being done on this, and out of that, what has come through is that 8% of people employed in tourism in the region are women, compared to 16% in the overall economy of the region. At a global level, 54% of people employed in tourism are women, compared to 39% in the broader global economy. So the comparisons are there. Women are well educated, but they were not encouraged previously to enter the tourism workforce. It's exposure, it's travel, it's family handicaps, and it's your bigger community and network understanding that it is okay for women to leave homes. Of course, it was acceptable for them to work in banks and other sectors, but our sector is such that they do have to go away. They have to travel. They have to leave children behind. But here comes in the role of the extended families. I'm speaking from my experience, in Dubai, having raised 4 children. And when I had to, 30 years ago, had to get on flights, go on long trips and all, it's my extended family, whether that be your immediate family or in-laws or and so forth, who came to my rescue. So that actually is a big advantage that we have in the Middle East, and I think Sahian will back me up on that, and it comes with the territory here. Coming back to the question of entrepreneurship and gender gaps in employment and entrepreneurship, okay? So the employment, self-employment and SME ownerships, women's participation is significantly lower than men across the region. There's a reluctance towards working in tourism, and I think that comes from a lack of knowledge and a lack of understanding of the sector. And this is where, again, I think there's some of the government bodies, but also it's the private sector has to play a role. It's the educational institutions. We at World Tourism Forum Institute, we've realized that post-COVID, there's a real opportunity now to raise voice on these subject matters, where gender equality, women's engagement in travel and tourism sector. So we thought we need to create something, a platform that addresses that. And Nisha, that, we've just launched our hospitality school which is hospitality, aviation, travel and tourism. And we engage your organization actually in there, because we put the women's issues and engagement on top of our agenda.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you, Samira. I know while training and skills development and knowledge is important, I think in our conversations through our summits and webinars, one thing that it goes back to the fundamentals of money. Women say we need the money to scale our business, right? Without that, how do we, expand our business? How do we, go internationally? So it still goes back to finance. And that's when I think women face really, really big challenges on the ground, to get access to finance and funding. So and also I think it's an interesting point that you talked about 21% or 23% of the in tourism industry of tourism ministers being present. And we have one esteemed Minister of Tourism, Nicolina, with us, and it's an honor and pleasure to have you here. And Nicolina, being the former Minister of Tourism in Bulgaria, we got a question that I want to ask you. Earlier we were talking about women being constrained in their access to human capital, financial capital, technology, and these are real issues on the ground, right? And so how do you think women can be empowered in the tourism value chain through gender responsive national strategies? I think you're on mute.
Thank you so much, Nisha, for this question. And I'm really very honored to be with you. And I'm sorry for my delay in connecting, but we are now in front of another election campaign. So I was suddenly stuck in our political party center. I have been a minister for tourism for 6 years. And before that, I was Minister of Transport, Information Technologies and Communication. Actually, I was the first female minister of the Ministry of Transport, which was really quite a big challenge. But in Bulgaria, in particular, our party and in our government, we were having almost equal, very good gender balance, equal men and women. From 19 ministers, 9 were women. So we were almost half, which actually only, I think, our party managed to deliver at that level. Then when we are talking about the tourism industry itself, also we have higher percentage of women that are employed in the entire tourism industry. Though on a managerial position, still the percentage is approximately 35 to 38, which is good and an average base, but not equal as it is when we talk about another lower positions like waitress or receptionist. I mean, on a managerial position in the sector itself, we still need to encourage more, I'm sorry, women to take part in the investing in tourism sector, to have opportunities for I'm sorry, opportunities for financing from the banks and all that. So in Bulgaria, actually, and in particular in our party, which is center-right, women have a much bigger advantage and also opportunity to run for higher position and is given a chance. Really, we are, I think, from this perspective, a very good example. Although generally, And in the average in Bulgaria, when I read the recent analysis also of the European Commission that were made regarding the gender balance itself, we are on the average approximately from around 35%, I think, women that are in managerial positions, high level management, not middle one. So this is good, but I can share that I had quite a bigger challenges, not as a Minister of Tourism, but as a Minister of Transport, because it was which is really very well connected with the tourism, because transport and tourism, according to me, goes very well together, as one cannot exist without the another if we want to promote destination worldwide, so everyone can reach the other country by transport, and in particular by air transport. But it was really so unusual for the people that are working in the sector that they have a female minister, that for a month I was called Mr., not Miss. Mr. Minister, which was it was really one of my first impressions when I became Minister of Transport back in 2014. So, but I think from that year up to now, many things has changed, and women has proven that they deserve to be on high-level managerial positions, and that they can deliver. And actually, our job is much more difficult, because on one side, we have to take care of our families, which is somehow by default required. And on the other side, we have to perform and to prove that our skills are at the same level as if there is a man manager at the same position, which actually has to be admired. And I really admire what everyone everywhere in the world, and in particular in the Middle East, is doing, because it's really very, very difficult to combine both expectations, let's put it that way, from a family point of view, and also as regarding the business perspectives, regardless if it is in the private or in the public sector.
Sure. I think the positive statistics that you showed, in Bulgaria is a representation of a female minister in the tourism industry and in the transportation. And that's what research shows, that, data become positive in steering towards gender equality when it's represented by female ministers, when the strategies are put into place. So thank you so much for sharing. And I would like to move on. We just had Catherine Kuhl joining us. Thank you, Catherine, rushing through. Again, one of those mother, wife who has to rush between things and get here on time. That one of the things we have seen is that when it comes to education, right, we have been talking about the importance of training and education. And Catherine, do you think that, you have been a gender studies expert and, also part of the 2018 Global Report of Women in Tourism. Do you think it is important to apply a gender focus when we design professional development training programs for women in the tourism sector? And how do you think this could be facilitated by the private sector or government, which is in charge of steering national training on education programs? You're on mute, Catherine.
Thank you, Nisha. Thanks for that. And yes, it is what I confirm what Sumaira said before. I confirm what Sumaira said before about being a mother and a professional woman rushing through school orchestras and this meeting. But I'm glad you asked that question, because that question is something that is very passionate. It's a passion project of mine. And as someone who is very into training and providing training at the government and institutional levels, we have seen a lack of uptake on this application of a gendered lens on training and training content and training modules and the design of training. So it is really important, because at the moment, a lot of the the training courses are designed for everybody, but actually they're designed with very masculine characteristics and attributes whether it's in the design, in the delivery, and in the content. And it's the language of the training are also very gendered, as with tourism is very gendered. And so it's not gender neutral. And when it's not gender neutral and women have to attend this, they cannot identify or embrace the things that are taught to them that they're supposed to have. So we had a really good case study with the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, the Australian Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. With their funding, we were able to conduct a training needs analysis for women in Ecuador and Mexico, in the rural areas of Ecuador and Mexico, in order to help them, give them training to put their businesses on the global platform. And we didn't go in with a set of training modules that we picked up from the web or what's available from private sector, private training companies, but we did in-depth training analysis with them, training needs analysis with them, and found that, for example, they, as much as they wanted to learn all this technology stuff, it's not that, the things that we think they want to learn, it's not the SEOs and the, things like that. But they wanted, for example, very important for them was to have a key member of their family who support their technology in business with them at the training, so that they can go back and sustain that kind of learning over time. So what we did in our training, we designed it to include their support person at the training. Nisha, there's so many elements to this gendered, to applying this gendered lens in the training, and every element changes the direction, the effectiveness of the training, and the meaning of the training for the women, and the impact it has on their businesses. And, in this short time, I can't go into the details of it, but that was one example.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Catherine. I wish we could have more training which is gender sensitive and bring that into organizations. I want to move on to Sharihan, because one of the impediments that the Middle East tourism industry face when looking at the lack of women wanting to enter is the image of the industry as not pro women. Can you share with us, Sharihan, what could be done to better position the tourism industry as an attractive career and employment choice in the Middle East, so that more women could enter the tourism force and represent more gender diversity and equality, and perhaps national public education or media campaigns like the way that we do here in Singapore, a lot of that actually, so that more women and more the population would enter our industry. So over to you, Sharihan.
Thank you so much, Nisha. And just quickly, I think your question sums up every element that Samara, Nicolina, Catherine, Maribel, and yourself have spoken about earlier. Now, it is policy. We have seen government and government agenda, and looking towards the 2030 agenda, it is paramount after the tourism and travel industry being considered as the biggest employer, and also economic growth is a key factor to it, then what's going to happen in the private sector? And most hotels actually fall in the private sectors, and like the service industry, have restaurants as well. Getting it to become a popular career path, I think for me and for a lot of people in the region, is actually starting at school level. And that's where, not just the awareness of the industry as a career path, we see more women in the UAE and our region in particular entering armed forces than hospitality, because hospitality was not talked about in the early age. Again, there have been certain connotations to it not being the most positive for women, the most open to having women in leadership positions. But that's changed significantly over the past 10 years. And with more efforts, and we need a lot of efforts from a lot of organizations and initiatives coming from all of you, pushing the private sector, the education sector, talking to the ministries, but then with the support of the UN SDGs and UN WTO, we see a lot of changes happening. It is evolving. It will take a little bit longer than other sectors, I believe, but we see that shift. And also, we are seeing more people prone towards post-COVID-19, moving from a degree education to skills and technical vocational education. And that's key, because if hospitality and tourism is the biggest employer, and with a lot of women and in general people, a lot of supporting mothers no longer in employment, because unfortunately the traditional mindset is man is the breadwinner in the industry. So a lot of the positions during the pandemic were put on hold for women, but resumed for men. Now, that changes the whole perspective. So like you mentioned earlier, there might be a reverse instead of us going towards achieving some of the factors of the SDG. And when you solve, SDG 8, 12, and 17, and, SDG goal 5, all of them have gender equality, but also tourism as a factor to solving the global agenda, but also solving the problems.
Absolutely.
So I think starting at the core is starting in the educational institution, having people and, women who force the policymakers and decision makers to see a different light.
Definitely. I totally agree with that, Jarihan. And Maribel, I wanted to ask you, as an acting CEO of WTTC, as well as a president of Women Leading Tourism, what can we do? We cannot forget the other gender. What can we do to enlist men as partners and champions of change to create more inclusive spaces for women to thrive in the tourism industry? And we have about 1 minute to round up. So over to you, Maribel. Let's hear from you.
Oh my God, that is very challenging, 1 minute. But first, what I wanted to say is that women, we are very collaborative. We don't see the ones, our peers or our colleagues as only transactional. We see everything else from a collaborative perspective. And this is always a very high level way of relation ourselves with the others. From the point of view of leading an organization which is related to women, and of course within WTTC, it's all about making sure that there is always a communication between the public and the private sector, including academia. And totally agree with my colleague before talking about that. And that's why we have created an initiative which is called the Cancun Women Declaration. We are inviting you all to be signatories of it. More than 100 companies has already agreed to commit with those principles, which is working with the public sector to do the right policies so the private sector can implement it, because they have been told and they have been invited, because there are incentives, or there is the platform for them to be able to do that. And as well, of course, academy, because leadership is something you are not born with. You have to learn from it, and it has to come from the education. And when you have a proper and talented, people educated, whatever they are, women or men, things are going to be much better. For us, it's all about being collaborative, cooperating, and putting all the links together to make sure that we are here, for a future, for a better world, which is all about. And tourism is very inclusive. You can start working as a bellman or a bellwoman and end up being a director, which is one of the best assets that we can provide in our sector.
Thank you so much, Maribel. And I think even at Sumaira's HAATT, you have men driving the need for a women's tourism program that we are so heartened, isn't it, Sumaira? So thank you, everyone. I'm getting promised to say that we have to run. I really wish we had a whole conference where we could speak about this, perhaps the next one. But thank you, Sumaira. Thank you, Sarihan, Nicolina, Catherine, as well as Maribel. It's been a pleasure being with you on this stage, always very inspiring and empowering. And I think it's just likewise to every single listener out here. My very best to all of you, and stay safe, and thank you so much. Goodbye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Nicolina. Thank you, Sumaira.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maribel.
Welcome back to this ITIC-ATM Virtual Summit. It's my great pleasure now to introduce the investment panel and the moderator, Samir Hashmi, Middle East correspondent, BBC World News. Samir.
Well, thank you, Rajan, for that. And a very good afternoon to everyone who's tuned in to watch this very interesting panel. We have had some really interesting discussions through the course of the summit. And now we're going to talk about one more very important element when it comes to the hospitality sector, especially in this post-COVID world, or COVID world rather, is still not out of it completely, is about investments. So the changes that have been brought in by the Middle East countries to encourage public-private investments initiatives in sustainable tourism. And I've got a very erudite panel with me that's going to throw light on this subject and give us an insight as to where are we right now and where are they headed as tourism boards and also spearheading their countries in terms of attracting tourists going ahead. So let me introduce, without any further delay, our panel for this discussion. His Excellency, Mr. Khalid Jassim Al-Medfa, who's the chairman of Sharjah Commerce and Tourism Development Authority. I'm sure he'll have a lot of insights to share with us. Thank you for joining us. Then we have Her Excellency, Dr. Amina Firdaus Ghurib Fakim, who's the former president of Mauritius. In fact, she was the first female president of that country. And she's also a biodiversity scientist. So not only does she understand how do popular destinations work, but also when it comes to sustainability. Thank you so much for joining us, ma'am. Then we have Mr. Hamid Al-Balawi, who's the General Manager of Investments for Ministry of Tourism in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. another country that's doing a lot right now in terms of attracting tourists. Thank you for joining us, sir. And last but not the least, Mr. Salvatore Lavallo, who's the head of Foreign Direct Investment in the Abu Dhabi Investment Office. So thank you so much. And I'm really looking forward to discussing with you about investments and what are all of you doing in terms of doing that, and also get some insights about sustainable tourism when you have to embed that in terms of attracting investment. So let me begin with Mr. Al-Mitfa. You're heading the Sharjah Commerce and Tourism Authority. Now, can you give us a sense of what are investors really looking at? What are the key issues they consider when they are looking at potential tourism projects before they take a decision? And especially given in this context when we talk about COVID and also sustainability.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much, Samir, and my colleagues, our fellow panelists, and the audience, and all the participants today. It is really important to have such webinars and to discuss really how the world is shaping up with these unprecedented situation that the world is facing. Now, with regards to your question, of course, investments is a major part that all the economies and all the countries are after. Now, there's been a lot happening in this part of the world, in the Middle East, in terms of investment, especially in the United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia and some of the other neighboring countries. How did we deal with the investments, and how can we still attract and be an attractive country and city during these difficult times? What is the key? From our perspective, from my personal opinion, from what I've seen, I think the best thing that the government did during this, in terms of the economy, the benefit of the economy, was that we didn't stop investing. We did not stop investing. We believed that there is a brighter future, that there is hope, and the government did not stop investing. If we look at the projects that are still ongoing, the infrastructural projects and all the other tourism projects that didn't stop, maybe they were a little bit postponed due to the manpower, due to other reasons, but the government spending on infrastructure did not stop. And I think that was one of the main pillars of creating a sustainable sector and tourism sector and making it attractive. Of course, there are so many reasons. And I would like to highlight the main reasons, like my colleagues also know very well, the legislation. To have a proper legislation in your city, in your country, that can attract investors. And there is a very big list that we all maybe know some parts of it that we as the United Arab Emirates are offering to investors. And at the same time, the transparency, the dynamic business solutions that we have, the accessibility in terms of being a hub in this part of the world, connecting the East to the West. I think this is really important. And we believe that having these challenges only makes us stronger and will definitely result in a very strong rebound in terms of the economy and the boom that we will witness, inshallah, here in the United Arab Emirates and in our in the neighboring countries, inshallah.
Well, that's interesting. Some of the points you mentioned, especially about the fact that even during COVID, people like you and your departments were still investing, even though a lot of people had put that on hold. So that's interesting, and we'll discuss that as we progress in this discussion. But let me come now to Dr. Gaurav Fakim. Ma'am, could you tell us that has COVID-19, has the pandemic really impacted sustainability as far as the tourism industry goes? Because you were the president of Mauritius and you're also biodiversity scientist. So I know you can juggle both the challenges as far as attracting people goes in terms of a destination and also keeping sustainability in mind. Do you think that has taken a hit or impacted in any way?
Well, thank you. Also, a big hello to all the fellow panelists. And I would like to thank the organizers for associating me with this very important event. Shamir, we have been in this sector for many years now. Since independence, tourism has been a key sector in our economy. And it started with the setting up of an airline, Air Mauritius, which has been, of course, a great service to the country. And we've had also visionaries who have capitalized on the existing resources. And over the years, we have kind of targeted the high end of the market. And gradually, it became so important that as we speak, the tourism sector has been accounting for over 23% of our GDP. Now, as you can imagine, with the lockdown for the past year, we have wiped off from our GDP 23% because they are, of course, associated jobs and resources which are directly linked to the tourism sector. So we are already talking about a drop in the revenue from our country for about 24%. So I think as we are in the pandemic, we're still locked down because the airspace is still not open. We are confronted with two major issues. First of all, how to restart the tourism sector. And the second point is, do we provide the same offering? Because so far we have capitalized, as I said, the high end, we have sold a dream of sea, of sand and beaches. And as we open up, there are many issues because increasingly we are seeing epithet attached to the industry. We talk about green industry, green tourism, sustainable tourism. You name it. To me, there's only one word, and that's tourism. Period. Now, how do you wake up this industry from the slumbers of the COVID? But what value add do we put in it so that we have a much more resilient sector as we move on from the COVID, but more importantly, how do we make this sector, again, going back to our initial discussion, sustainable? How do we make it green? How do we make it, how do we touch on this fiber of the conscience of the consumer and all the providers in order to make it sustainable, in order to make it viable? And also, what new models do we bring? Because we can no longer keep on the same model. It has served a purpose, but we need to reinvent it. But how do we reinvent it? This is what we're going to be discussing. But there is no doubt, one thing I would like to put up front, while regulators, while government put in the appropriate infrastructure and investment, there is also one area we have to capitalize on, and that's the conscience of the consumer. What do they demand and what do they ask from the industry in order, side by side with the government and regulators, we make it sustainable?
Well, there's some interesting points you raised, especially about how to revive tourism, especially for a country that relies so heavily on tourism for revenues. And then how do you embed that with sustainability and make it a complete package? Now, these are some of the challenges which I think is confronting most destinations which rely on tourism. And that's where, let me get in Mr. Lavallo. What are some of the challenges which we discussed just now? How do you see cities or tourism destinations addressing that in this part of the world? Can they really, in this post-COVID world, bring back the tourists in huge numbers and at the same time also, achieve the sustainability targets?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think that what we see is tourism is here to stay. It's 6% of the global economy. It will come back. People are not, even though there's a pandemic, there's no desire to stop traveling and to stop experiencing other parts of the world. And so we know that it will come back. The question is, how can we make it come back quickly and in a sustainable way, but also how do we want it to come back? And I think that this period has allowed us all to kind of take a pause on just executing and having opportunistic approaches, and really to think back on what is the strategic way that we want to be focused on tourism. Within Abu Dhabi, what we've really been looking at is what are the types of things that we want to be offering. A lot of people think about the UAE strictly with very high-end, city excursions. And what we're looking at is we have an incredible amount of biodiversity. We have beautiful deserts. We have beautiful coast in Abu Dhabi. cities that people have often not even heard of, like Murfa and Gayathi, Delma Island, Serbaniyaz Island. And these are places that a lot of people who've been in the UAE for a long time know about, but we would like others to explore. So how can we, as we bring back the tourists, how can we enable them to really experience the country in a way that is maybe different than what was done before, but is more in line with some of the sustainability goals, also more in line with some of the types of tourism that we're looking at in terms of ecotourism, or in terms of more like culturally inclusive and culturally aware tourism. Because when we think about sustainability, we're not only thinking about in terms of ecological sustainability, but also cultural sustainability and heritage. And how can we tie all of these things into an experience that the tourists benefit from, but that the country then isn't just essentialized and used for, but really benefits as well. And I really do think that this, kind of year and a half of that pause has allowed us to think strategically, to think, what do we want to offer? How can we make sure that it's a great experience for the tourists, but also a long-term success for the country?
Now, I want to get in Mr. Balawi here. Now, Saudi Arabia is, I've just seen, just before 2019, in 2019, we saw Saudi Arabia, announcing these grand plans about pumping in money in tourism and making Saudi Arabia a really attractive destination for tourists. They have a huge strategy, but then came COVID, right? And that really, put those plans on hold, not only for Saudi Arabia, but every tourist destination in the world. So now for a country which is just starting out and looking at new avenues, and in this COVID world, as we keep talking about, and also looking at sustainability, keeping all those points in mind, what is Saudi Arabia looking at? What's the strategy right now? Are they looking at, investing in hotels and leisure venues privately, or the money will be spent by the government, or is it going to be a mix? Can you give us a sense of that strategy?
Thank you, Samir. And first and foremost, a very good afternoon to my fellow panelists, Your Excellencies, and a very warm welcome to our guests. Thank you for this opportunity. And indeed, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has outlaid over the course of the last few years very ambitious plans that would rightly demonstrate its potential for 2030 to achieve a strong and prominent position in the tourism industry. Let's not forget, Saudi Arabia is not new to tourism. We've been receiving guests in Mecca and Medina for 1,400 plus years. This is indeed many services within tourism. Today, what is indeed a very new chapter to us, which is extending that type of tourism services to other areas within recreation, leisure, and of course, many other industries in tourism. That comes with a very promising plan. It comes with a long-term vision. It comes with giga projects and public sector investment that will demonstrate our commitment to the tourism industry. And most recently, with the announcement of the new launch of the UNWTO office, headquartered in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia, representing the Middle East region, has demonstrated its commitment not just to the tourism industry in Saudi Arabia, but thought leadership, leading the way for tourism, from tourism, in a year where we led the G20 conversation, in a year where COVID hit hard. We have demonstrated our ability to really bring new ideas to the table that can be implemented across the world. Saudi Arabia is the 13th largest country. We are, in many areas, in many destinations, a blank canvas. And linking it to the topic of sustainability, there are four main areas that we are kind of committing to. It is understanding the business risks that are linked to sustainability. Today, businesses are looking at new possible risks that face their business with the new pandemic and otherwise. There is, of course, the use of local resource and material. How can we integrate that within the projects we develop? There is the climate, and we all hear about the protection of the climate, and indeed the UNWTO definition of sustainability always talks about protection. We're taking it as a step forward and saying, what can we give back to the climate rather than how can we protect what already exists? And of course, communities. The G20 dossier, uses the example and case study of Al-Ula, using the local communities, the local workforce for developing a tourism destination. And outlining maybe some other examples of commitment. 67 billion riyals will be pumped into the sector over the course of the next 8 to 10 years. many of that private sector investment, over 800,000 room keys to be developed across destinations to meet the visitation numbers that we have targeted, 70% of that coming from the private sector. So indeed, Saudi Arabia has always been in tourism, has always led in tourism, is expanding its horizons into new areas. Indeed, Saudi Arabia has led the G20 conversation, has demonstrated its commitment through announcing the UN WTO commitment and headquarters in the kingdom, but has also demonstrated and will continue to demonstrate great developments across the board from both public and private sector.
Mr. Al-Mitfam, let me get you in over there. Given that COVID-19 was a big challenge for the hospitality industry and the tourism industry, now what are destinations like yours doing in terms of attracting private investors, and what are really the key elements that investors are looking at, especially in this post-COVID world?
Thank you, Samir. I think, Samir, maybe I tapped onto one of the most important areas, which is the government legislation and the ease of doing business, basically. This is one. Of course, another thing that we've done is building confidence. We've built confidence over around 50 years since the inception of this country, the United Arab Emirates. It's almost 50 years now. And building confidence is not an easy thing. And investors are very smart. They always know and have a sense, on which countries, which cities are willing to take that extra step and give back to and stand in these difficult situations. Like, for example, last year during the pandemic, the most difficult times, talking about the tourism, just talking about the tourism and talking about Sharjah, there were 47 incentives given from the government of Sharjah, a list of 47 incentives across all the sectors, and the tourism got at least 4 or 5 of these benefits directly, just to help them maintain and survive these difficult times, and at the same time to enhance their cash flow during these difficult times. So governments normally, in such situations, the most difficult situations, it was difficult for the government and it was difficult for the private sector. It was a very, very strong collaboration and joint efforts. We put our hands with our private sector, our partners, because we work together. We don't work as a government and private sector. We work as one team. And that's really what makes it a successful business and attractive business environment. And this is a sustainable business environment as well. So the legislations, these are the services. Let's talk about the services, the intangible, I would say, services. And the tangible, of course, the tangible side would be the infrastructure, as I mentioned, and the airports and all the other tangible things that we see and experience, schools, healthcare, you name it. It's a whole ecosystem. If one element is missing, it makes it less attractive. Many people from around the world would like to come and live here in the UAE. We have more than 200 nationalities living in the United Arab Emirates. We have diversity across the 7 Emirates. Our country is not the biggest here in the region, but in terms of economy and size and ranking, I think we and Saudi Arabia, of course, we rank the highest amongst the international ratings in terms of safety and security, in terms of investments, in terms of the number of passengers through our airports, and so on. There is a very big list, and this is very important, and this gives us another competitive advantage to rely less on oil, and this is the key. To have a diversified economy, a well-diversified economy, relying less on oil and more on tourism and on other vital sectors.
Well, Dr. Amina, let me get you in here. Now, the problem is that when a tourist destination becomes popular and starts attracting a lot of tourists, it becomes a challenge to make that tourism industry sustainable. So according to you, how can destinations or such destinations overcome this growth paradox?
Thank you for this very interesting question, because this touches on a very raw nerve here in Mauritius. And this is one of the reasons why we have never privileged mass tourism. But nonetheless, as we are a very popular destination, I think the tourism sector can be a change for good and can be a vector through which we can address many of the sustainability issues. And as has been said by previous speakers, we have relied a great deal on the close collaboration between the private sector and the public sector to advance the sector. But I think as we move ahead and we would like to drive sustainability issues, and as I've said earlier on, we'd like to build we'll have to actually touch on the conscience of the people. I think we would like the tourists to be more demanding in terms of addressing sustainability. And I'll just quickly mention something. We depend a lot on seafood, and we know that ocean is becoming a very big issue now in terms of addressing sustainability. So I think the consumer has the potential to actually turn this around on its head by demanding more sustainable practices in the harvesting of fish, for example. I mean, these are some of the examples. Hotels here can become much more tuned to regulation in the recycling of the waste. Not just waste, but also looking at food waste as well. So they can become a force for good, a force for change. And this is, I think, when we wake up, when we actually emerge from the COVID, we can reinvent this tourism sector in factoring in as well culture, because we are a very diverse population here. We can factor in culture, we can factor the biodiversity in making it a greener tourism, and we are a biodiversity hotspot. So we have a lot to offer to the tourist who is out there for a greener adventure, for a greener experience. So I think all these, when we bring them all together, can create a very powerful vector for which we can make a change and address at the same time the issue of sustainable practices.
Okay, so that's quite interesting, what some of the points you raised. Now, I've got another few minutes to go, so let me pick up on the last point, which I want all of you to give your thoughts on. Now, given that now we are in a recovery process and we are also looking at sustainability targets, keeping all that in mind, to unlock the potential of some of your projects which are being offered by the various destinations, including the ones that you're heading, what are those the potential that each respective destination is offering, especially given in mind what we just discussed, that on one hand you're trying to get tourists back, but also you're looking at achieving sustainability, and also COVID-19 has changed this world. So let me go to Mr. Balawi. What is Saudi Arabia doing on that front?
Absolutely, and I think we must tie in this point specifically to the entire ecosystem. As I mentioned maybe previously on our G20 dossier that was signed off by the G20 countries, for the first time in G20 history, tourism was selected as a major working group within the G20 document that was signed off. And part of that was a commitment titled Al-Ula Framework for Inclusive Development, which is a commitment from all G20 countries, the leaders across the world, to look at tourism in a new sphere and encourage the local and inclusive development of local communities. And as I mentioned maybe previously, on my first interaction in this panel, the conversation around protecting communities, sustainability around the protection of environment must expand further, so that we actually give back to these communities, give back to these destinations, whether that is ecology and environment, so whether it is actually physical, or indeed jobs, participation of the local communities, and parts of that. Saudi Arabia has done a lot in the research side. If you look at the King Abdullah University of Science and Technology, leading in underwater research for the preservation of wildlife and indeed many of the living habitats in the water. But even in terms of implementation, when you look at the Red Sea project today, announcing the green credit loan that they will use to develop the state-of-the-art resorts across the Red Sea, making sure that that is done with one commitment, of course, in parallel with many other commitments, which is making sure that the environment is number one, and the environment is always there. That will ensure that we have a sustainable destinations. We see best practice and we learn from we wouldn't say mistake of others, but from the experiences of others. If you look at in Australia and what's happening at the Great Barrier Reef, that is definitely something that we need to all learn from and ensure that we integrate into the solutions of tomorrow. So not only are we performing giga projects, but we're performing giga projects to basically leverage from the experiences of others. And not only are we protecting the environment, but we're actually giving back to ensure that the sustainability and success of this destination is something that is much, much more long-term.
And just a quick follow-up on that, just a short answer. I mean, does it make it challenging to attract investors then, the kind of potential you're offering them?
At the end of the day, the development of the physical assets within these destinations is what will ensure business continuity. So although in some eyes and maybe scratching the surface, this may seem that there is an additional costs in protecting whatever is there. At the end of the day, whatever is there is what makes the value of this asset. So ensuring that this business and this asset isn't in terms of the delivery, a 40 or 50-year project. This can be a 99-year project. This can be over a 100-year project, ensuring the success of that project. So for long-term committed investors that have a track record and credibility in this sector, they completely see the value of this.
Mr. Lawalo, let me get you in there. Abu Dhabi has also been doing a lot of stuff in terms of attracting investors and also tourists. So what's the strategy on that front, especially when you're talking about sustainability and then you're also talking about COVID-19?
Yeah, so Abu Dhabi and the Abu Dhabi Investment Office are really looking at supporting companies that have innovation at their core. And so when we think about what does innovation mean in tourism, we're looking at really from two ways. One is in terms of, are there any technological aspects within tourism that we can use our business ecosystem to have that be based in Abu Dhabi, whether it's impacting only Abu Dhabi or the wider region or the entire world. We'd like to have those types of technology companies located in Abu Dhabi. And then on the second type of innovation within tourism, we look at the tourism offering. So is it different locations within the Emirate of Abu Dhabi, especially around ecotourism? Again, that desert in our oases. In some of the farm, we have 25,000 farms in the UAE, and how can we give tourists access to that or to the coast? But also then different activities that people can be having, ways to experience the Emirate, ways to experience the country, whether it is more cultural aspects or new and innovative things. So we're looking at long-term desert camel treks, but also looking at artificial and augmented reality tourism aspects. So really kind of at any innovation that we can bring to the sector. And I think one thing that's very important that we're trying to do within the investment office is to not try and master plan economies. So we're not here to pick winners before they compete or to really put our stamp on any kind of types of innovation within tourism, but we're really asking the private sector, come to us with your ideas, bring the investment, and then we will catalyze it. We will make your investment go further, but we're not going to be the ones that dictate what it is. And really then leaving it up to the private sector, I think often leads to more of that sustainability, because you find that when left to their devices and maybe having the guidance of the public sector, but you will really have innovation that will come from new companies that will help sustainability in all the different types of ways that we can define it in terms of ecologically, in terms of culturally and financially. So, we're really excited to be welcoming new innovative companies to Abu Dhabi, looking for a lot of exciting ideas in tourism. And I think the next year or so is going to be a big year as we start welcoming more people and seeing tourism launch off again.
Mr. Al-Mitfa, in this post-COVID era, what are the opportunities that the Middle East countries and destinations can capitalize on, especially when it comes to partnerships on investments with the private sector?
Thank you, Samir. Samir, I think maybe we discussed today, and my colleagues here, the panelists, discussed a few things that are really critical that will shape the future of this region, the Middle East. And maybe from our experience here in the United Arab Emirates, the way we were talking about diversity, and my colleague here from Abu Dhabi, Mr. Salvatore, spoke about maybe the Abu Dhabi and what Abu Dhabi is offering in terms of a product as a destination. And you see, Dubai is very different. Sharjah is completely different. We're the cultural hub. We're known for the Arabian authentic destination, and with some archaeology and other things here in Sharjah that are unique to Sharjah. And then the other Emirates also have their unique aspects. And this is the nice thing that we witnessed here across the United Arab Emirates, where you can drive from the capital, from Abu Dhabi, across all the Emirates to Fujairah in like less than 3 hours, and experience most of what you would experience in many countries that you would need to travel maybe by air to see these different landscapes and different experiences. Now, the same example and scenario that we experienced here, we noticed in the beginning it was a competition, then it was a complementing aspect. And the complementing aspect is really what created that boom in our economy. When we looked at it as a complementing aspect, not purely a competition. A healthy competition, the healthy level of competition is always required, but looking at how we complement each other and how are we different, and why is it good for us to be different? This is a very important thing. So we don't try to copy each other. We don't try to do the same thing again and again, because it becomes a weaker product for the whole country. And similarly now, as our colleague from Saudi Arabia, Mr. Hamad Al-Bloui was talking, there are huge investments in Saudi Arabia, and we see this good for the region, and in particular maybe for the United Arab Emirates, because we have been building the economy and the well-diversified economy for 50 years. So I think this will be a very good, it's giving us a very good future insights for this part of the world here, especially the GCC and the Middle East. So we want more, here. We urge all the other countries as well to invest in infrastructure, in services, in legal, the legislation, constitution. Some, like for example, here now we in the United Arab Emirates, we had the golden visa, and then we had the other 100% ownership for businesses recently announced by Dubai and the Ministry of Economy, and all of these, and there is a big list of incentives and dynamic rules and regulations that will help investors, come and do their business, and whether they're from any part of the world through the United Arab Emirates. And I think this is the future, and this is what we should capitalize on. And the government should always have a strong relation with the private sector and give them, support them all the time, and make them as well part of the decision-making process. This is very important. Thank you, Samir.
Thank you. I'll give the last word to Dr. Amina. Now, Dr. Amina, you heard all those varied thoughts from different destinations, and we are still discussing as to how long will it take really for the industry, when I say industry, tourism industry, to recover from COVID-19. How do you see, or what do you see will be the playbook now for tourist destinations in terms of emerging from this challenging environment? And how is tourism really going to look like going ahead, especially bearing in mind that sustainability is also one of the key issues now on top of the agenda for most of these destinations? I'll give you the final word.
Thank you. I think at the center of all industries, we still have people. And we have had great success with our tourism industry for the quality of the resources that we have put forward, especially the human capital. And if you ask anybody around the world, they will tell you that we are very famous for our smile. So I think we have to factor in people, we have to train them. And as we are talking here with all the panelists in terms of collaboration and cooperation, we've had, again, another 50 years, which resonate with all the panelists here, almost 50 years of experience in the tourism industry. And I think over the years, we have built a human capital which can be easily exported. But instead of exporting, I think what we can do, we can see how we can collaborate. And we have a very good airline with the UAE. We have good airline with Saudis. And I see that Saudis and UAE, they have investment potential. So I think this is the time when we can partner so that we can all emerge stronger from the COVID, and also factor in all the issues we have discussed so far so that this industry becomes a really sustainable industry, because by gum, for our economy, it matters so much. So thank you again for giving me the opportunity to make the case, at least for my country. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for your thoughts. And I would like to thank all my panelists for sharing those insights. These are really interesting times for the industry. Of course, there's been a huge challenge for the tourism industry, but as they say, every challenge throws new opportunities, and some of those opportunities you just discussed with us. So thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. And now I'll throw back to Rajan. That's me, Samir Hashmi, signing off from this panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Samir. Thank you, panel. Coming up, we have a presentation by Marcus Lee, the chairman of the Association of SME Business Owners in China, on China-Middle East cooperation in the travel and tourism sector post-COVID-19, a very important relationship. So do join us for that. Welcome back. He is a leading figure in the China outbound travel market, and we know him well from ITIC. Marcus Lee joins us from Shanghai. Now, Marcus is a 20-year veteran of the China outbound travel industry. He's currently CEO of China Travel Online, one of the largest B2B portals that focus on China outbound travel. He's also chairman of the China SME Business Owners Association, who engage in investment and tourism out of China. Now, the group consists of several companies, including Digital China, who look at proprietary technology and virtual exhibitions and e-learning, CEO Asia, a MICE organizer, and CBISN, which is an exhibitions operator with 15 offices across China and 8 countries in Asia. It supports tourism authorities from around the world, both online and offline. Today, Marcus will help to explain China-Middle East tourism partnership opportunities during and post COVID-19. Welcome, Marcus. We are very excited to hear from you.
Thank you, Rajan. It's good to see you again.
Likewise.
Good afternoon, all exhibitors and buyers from around the world, especially from Middle East. My name is Marcus Lee, CEO of China Travel Online and the chair for the SME Business Owners Associations. This is a live presentation from Shanghai. I'd like to share with you China-Middle East tourism partnership opportunities while answering the key question, the most ultimate question: when is Chinese traveling outbound? We're going to cover a few main discussion points. For example, recovery of China points and strategies to attract Chinese tourism mainly. We touch a bit about China economy and what are the key factors that affect the China outbound travel. As Moderator mentions, we manage 15 offices in Asia and China. We started as International China Investment Forum, is an outbound focused forum back in 2002, with just a few hundred companies trying to do outbound investment. And 19 years passed, and we grew to become 11,000 corporate members. Chinese Invest Abroad, for those who are interested to check out chinainvest.net. On the left, CEO Asia, we own 2 MICE company, CBISN Exhibition, own and operates 6 large-scale exhibitions that could attract thousands and tens of thousands of visitors to your destination. And on a smaller scale, CEO Asia Business Travel and MICE is a division that organizes seminar, incentive, conferences overseas. CBISN Media Center provides a wide coverage in media in China. The third company at the bottom is called Digital China. We own proprietary technology in virtual exhibition, like the one in ATM. We run online expo and e-learning. Basically, it's a digital marketing agency based in China that helps clients to reach Chinese consumers and corporate online. On the right-hand side, Welcome China is the largest tourism marketing agency in China with 9 offices in China. And China Radio Program is recognized by UnionPay, the largest credit card in not just China, in the world. The last company is China Travel Online. It is the only China outbound travel portal that focuses 100% on B2B, 100% on outbound, and 100% digital. Over 100 destinations listed there. The website is chujingyu.org. Literally means outbound travel. It covers about 80% of China outbound tour operators, updated April 2021. Consists of 35,000 corporate organizers, which is MICE, and 74,000 travel professionals. Now, answering some of the key questions. How is the China economy doing? In terms of how about tourism activities? What is China traveling domestically, internationally? What are the numbers? Let's look at the Chinese economy to start with. Chinese economy is back to powering ahead after a brief derailment during COVID-19. According to the China National Bureau of Statistics in 2021, Q1 have a stunning 18% GDP growth with investment growth of 25%, import and export up 29%, services 25%. No doubt, this is a success of recovery and with a faster expansion in 3 decades. And for those who are watching live, I want you to pay attention to the logo on the right, Beijing 2022. That's right. This could be a hint for you on the China reopening. China Beijing going to host the Winter Olympics and Paralympics from February to March. But for the latest and official news, please check with the Chinese government on the reopening. We're going to touch on that later. In terms of, let's look at what happened in 2020 last year. After the Super Golden Week, where you witnessed 600 million Chinese travel and spending a significant of 70 billion, which is back to 80% recover. I would like to point your attention to that is a more focus on younger generation, 60% travel. And in terms of hotel booking, 4 and 5 star, over 50% coverage, and a lot of hot sales strategy. Fast forward, that what's happening to 2021 this year. 3 weeks ago, we have another record breaking in May holiday, where 230 million Chinese travel internally, domestically. But you tell me, hey, Marcus, we don't want to hear about domestic, we want to learn about international travel. That's right. We're going to cover that shortly, but hear me out. The statistic of this 5 days holiday is not only 120% higher than 2020, but it's actually 3.2% higher than 2019. That means it tops the pre-pandemic level. So if you look at the 4 chart below, there are 4 sectors. Flight booking is up 100%, attraction like museum tickets up 100%, FIT private groups up 100%, and hotel booking up 100%. How does it look like in 2020? If those who attend the WTM London, and we talk about this, this is a picture taken in Great Wall back in October 2020. You see a lot of Chinese walking in Great Wall 2020 wearing masks. What happened to this year? You're going to find out in the next picture. This is 2021. Wow. Oh my God, the crowd become more, and there is some changes. If you notice, people start not wearing so much mask anymore. What does it mean? Is China fully recovered? Let's take a look more. This is very interesting. China is the world's largest source market since 2012, and we recorded 169 million outbound tourists in 2019. This is not just about the number, but also on spending. Chinese top spenders in the world with 277 billion, which is double of American, 3 times of German, 4 times of British, and 6 times of French. We want to talk about the Middle East tourism opportunities. What are the key factors that can attract to destination? For example, just now I heard the last session from Sarja, the chairman talked about, we don't want to repeat the same thing, but what are the key factors you need to do, destination need to do to attract Chinese? What are the number in 2019 to convince you, and what are the projections? Let's look at the overall picture. We expect 2 million Chinese to travel by 2023 to GCC with spending of 3.5 billion. So it is the faster growing source market. According to the Middle East Consumer Travel Report 2020, number of Chinese visit this destination in 2019. Dubai topped the list with 989,000. Egypt recorded 510,000. Turkey more than 400,000. Morocco more than 200,000. So there are a lot of factors that come into this, for example, easing of visa, etc. Let's talk about the key factors to attract Chinese to the Middle East. Number 1, connectivity. Who own the sky, own the market. Number 2, China ready plus safety. What is China ready? China ready is not just training and take a picture and show that, hey, you have done training. No, it's more than that. We're going to cover that soon. And in the third point is promotion. Do not do the same thing, because there are so much changes in China in terms of demographic, social media. Whatever you use in 2019 may not be applying now. Projected number for post-COVID-19. According to China Travel Online, they predict in 2022, UAE will score a 1.5 million Chinese, Saudi 1 million, Oman 120,000, Turkey 600,000. Now we come to a more important point. I want to correct some of the misinformation or misunderstanding of China outbound market in terms of whether it's reopening, whether it's travel is geared up, etc., and the travel intents. China recovery and reopening. China is not opening its border for outbound tourism yet, and international travel is not geared up or resumed yet. However, if you look at the number comparing the cases of COVID, China have recovered since last year in May with 95% recovery. What is very convincing is Chinese have vaccinated 547 million people as of May 26th, yesterday, which is double of United States. Sounds like it's a competition of vaccination, and then it affects the reopening. And we talked about reopening just now about the Olympic. You can check that. You can definitely check that, and then to know with the government what is the opening date. To continue, let's talk about the travel intent. Post-COVID-19, 60% of Chinese intend to travel. But what are the factors deferring the travel intent? Include the health, spread of virus, income, discrimination. Safety is the number 1 concern. Another concern we have right now is the long mandatory quarantine after returning to China, 14 to 21 days. So we must wait for the reopening in 2022. In terms of overseas travel preferences, if you look at the chart on the left, FIT is 46%, customized travel 15%, much more than group travel. And in terms of overseas product, aside from islands, will be culture, food, family, outdoor, shopping, tour. How Chinese select destination? Destination promotion did a very important job in this. And Chinese tend to spend higher stay post-COVID. So now the question is, when your destination is open, what are the key questions? Is the timing of marketing. Too early, not good, people forget about you, you waste the money. So watch the timing to do your marketing. Now, I would like to talk to you about the new Chinese Traveler 2021 updates. On the right, look at the emerging vacation ideas. For example, safety first destination. Number 2, luxury hotel as destination. That's new. self-driving, drone aerial photography, gourmet private group, outdoor hiking, paragliding, hot air ballooning, sounds like a lot of nut touching, diving, less crowded like island, desert, health, and wellness. We need to have a renewed understanding of the Chinese market. The way we market in before 2020 may not work. Shift from package tour to FIT, which is witnessed in 2020 Golden Week and just a couple of weeks ago, 2021 Labor Day. Younger generation focus of more than 60% post 70s, 80s, 90s, and both born after 2000. FIT and tailor-made will restart first, followed by traditional group. Expect very fierce competition and do not wait when you have the budget. Now is the last window of this couple of months, and expect 100 million of Chinese in the next 2 years. So the question is how to win. We talk about how to reach Chinese market. Previously, where I heard about the last session, talk about digital innovation and technology. So they've covered about, let's say, virtual roadshow, digital marketing, attend exhibitions. Before all that, the key question right now, the key factor, number one factor is your destination China ready? China ready, again, I want to explain, is just not training, it's more than that, it's the execution. It's just not the picture taking. It's not like partnering with the government to issue, Chinese government to issue this China ready. No, think about it. Is China government job to promote your destination? No, it's more like a private sector. China government is to promote China. So China Ready program will have launched in 48 countries, currently the largest program offer and recognized by UnionPay, which is the largest credit card in China and the world. This is the starting point for any destination to enter China market. China Ready program on the right, one picture tells the story. So this is a program we did for Oman in 2019 with over 100 companies. Let's talk about source of information. According to the Ministry of Tourism, China and UNWTO, how does Chinese get source of information and ideas to travel? Rank number one is website and an online community. So many of you know that China have a separate web system called China Wide Web, not www. So in China, Google, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube is difficult to use or banned. So according to UNWTO, now the most cost-effective way to reach Chinese outbound is through internet, social media, website. But come to the most basic idea, you must have a minimum, at least have a Chinese website. This is for branding and online, and listed not in Google, but in Baidu, the largest Chinese search engine, which 1 billion daily users. This is minimum and basic. Let's go, if something more convincing is the internet user of China have reached 989 million as of 2021 Q1. So let's talk about social media. Weibo and WeChat is no longer enough. Of course, it's the mainstream in the past, that you still very relevant, that they used to share experience introduction and official account Weibo, WeChat. It's like Facebook and Twitter. But if you want to go further, you can do WeChat mini program, which can allow you to do payment, but much more than that in social media. For example, in video marketing, you must have heard about TikTok. Now have 800 million users and challenging WeChat with users spending 52 minutes per day with 2 billion times download. Basically, TikTok is a short video in case you're not aware. So talk about the next initiative. Since last year, pandemic, since March, a lot of people have been doing a lot of video, webinar. I want to share with you this in this year updates. Webinar on destinations less popular right now and less effective. Many of Chinese are tired of it. Maybe you are tired of it. So this is something to explore other avenue. What works is e-learning, for example. What is e-learning? E-learning is a detailed content certification system with online training platform with interactive tests and certificate. How does it work? Let's say you have a mobile phone. Let's say I'm a Chinese agent. I look at my mobile phone. I look at the content. I read the content. I do the test. After I do the test, I can even refer a friend and then collect 20 points. After I pass, I got a certificate. With this, you have interaction and make them motivated to do. So introducing CTT, which is a global online education platform for travel trip with like 1,500 companies. It's called China Travel Training. Let's say we want to do more visibility. Public relation media will be something good to do. Aside from official account we mentioned just now, WeChat, Weibo, Baidu. We also talk about video. Then you can explore your reach to the OTA like Ctrip, Alibaba, or pure media and B2B, depend on your target group. I'm coming to my last three strategies. Virtual roadshow is now trending. For example, what we see in ATM Dubai or WTM London, those are big exhibitions. On a smaller scale, what you can do is to do virtual roadshow on targeted markets. For example, Europe, one, you can do one for MENA, one for China, one for Oceania. So our company owns proprietary technology for virtual exhibition. This is not just basic appointment system and video, but much more than that. It enables buyers to meet seller B2B. And before opening of the border, it is very good to connect. And it's in Chinese and English, not just for China market. Last 2 points I want to mention is forum, online forum in February 2021. 3 months ago, we launched the China Pacific Tourism Forum for 14 countries, 100 registered participants with over 50% of CEO. This is actually very good connecting and networking. Major tour operators like CITS, CTS, Springs, GCL attended. This is something similar to what ITIC is doing, the conference. So it's very good for branding and let people see you. My last 2 points, roadshow. This, if post-COVID, we can do organized roadshow. This is a success story for India tourism with more than 200 Chinese companies attended in 3 cities. My last point is tourism year is no doubt the largest campaign any country can do. And for the Middle East destination who are listening, and this is something that you can have a jump of 200% of tourist attraction. My firm was fortunate to be the only marketing agency so far they've been awarded to do a tourism year. We've done a tourism year for Pacific countries, for 10 countries in 2019. In summary and recommendation for digital, we can do, in terms of digital, we can do minimum of Chinese official website, explore e-learning, virtual roadshow, social media application, media center. But post-COVID, we can look at the market research, roadshow, sales call, China-ready training, exhibition services. And since 2002, we were the first 3 companies to do China Go Abroad. In 2003, we launched China Ready program, training for the 8 countries. 2006, we launched China Travel Online. 2018, awarded the best China Ready program by Quota. And 2019, we launched the tourism year. So if you have a question, please contact us, Aaron Chang and myself, with the email and the website. This concludes my presentation. And if you have any questions, and please, Rajan, back to you.
Hi, thank you, Marcus. Actually, I had a quick question to ask you, and it interests me. 2 things happened there which were interesting that you mentioned. One, you said the minimum is to have a Chinese website. Now, how many companies don't even think about that? I bet you there's quite a few.
Well, correct. I mean, remember, more than 97% of Chinese don't read English. This is not our first language. Imagine now if we are moving to FIT trend, if you want to book direct and we see English or Spanish or Russian, oh my God, we bought better book from OTA or something. Then you lose out.
Yeah, so it's amazing how I bet you how many people just assume that English is spoken, as so many people do. The second point I think that's very interesting, and COVID will certainly enhance this, is that shift that was happening anyway from group travel to individual travel, and the fact that younger people are traveling and the kind of things that they want to do. That's quite interesting. A lot of outdoor activities, also wanting space. Now, these are trends that will continue, right?
Well, definitely. It started in end of 2019, and then FIT is projected to it's already overtaken. So if it's reopened, I foresee that FIT will be leading and followed by group. And for those companies are not ready for that, they need to have the mind shift as well. That you know what to target, what to do. You still keep your B2B, but you explore more FIT. Yeah.
Marcus, we're short of time, but thank you as ever. Always fascinating to talk to you, and hopefully see you in person next time.
Thank you very much, Rajan.
Thank you, Marcus. Don't go away, because coming up we have, as mentioned by Marcus, Dimitrios Bouhalis talking about digital transformation and the challenges it presents, particularly in a post-COVID world. So here we go. See you soon. Welcome back, and it's my great pleasure now to reintroduce a good friend of ITIC, an esteemed colleague, Professor Dimitrios Bouhalis. The floor is yours.
Hi, Rajan. Fantastic to contribute, and congratulations to all the colleagues who have been doing such a great job so far. It's fantastic to be able to contribute to this event. I think this panel is really about digital transformation, and if anything, in the last year, we've seen digitization progressing 5 to 10 years because a lot of people had to learn how to operate in this kind of difficult environment and engage in all kinds of activities professionally and personally using technology. So this is something that COVID is going to leave behind, and it's going to create opportunities and challenges for people to engage with different kinds of stakeholders and engage in different functions. We've got a fantastic panel of people. We've got Mark Abraham, who is the founder of Sakal, bringing data and revenue back to hotels. We've got Priyanka Kapoor, who is the Group Director of Sales, Marketing, Branding and Communications for Swiss Bell Hotel International. And we've got my good friend, Dr. Sanja Mangarni, Director of Research from the Emirates Academy of Hospitality Management in Dubai. Welcome, guys. Lovely to see you. And it's a great opportunity to explore some of the things. We've run a little bit late because a lot of conversation is happening. And I think we should really get on with things. And the first one is we really need to see how technology can help us restart the tourism industry at this particular moment when people are gradually coming back to our facilities and start traveling. So Priyanka, would you like to start ladies first, and would you like to start with some of the initiatives that you are taking in terms of using technology to entice travelers back to your facilities?
Sure. Thank you so much, Professor Dimitri. It is an honor, actually, to be on the panel with you and with my other panelists as well. Hello, everyone, also, who have been joining from many, many parts of the world. It has been a great time over ATM. Coming to technology in tourism and what I can bring to the table from a hotel point of view. We are a mid-sized chain who have about 150 hotels and projects in 21 countries. Keeping that in mind, and the target audience we are serving is pretty much mid-scale. When I look at my background, which is really revenue, sales and marketing oriented, what I see, and if I could just take a few seconds to go back to how dependent we were on technology beforehand, especially for revenue generation. A system giving me an ADR, what needs to be out there, a system telling me overbooking, open this room, open that room type. Everything was pretty much technology. But March, April last year, everything just collapsed. We were back to manual ways of working, completely depending on what we knew, and changing so many things so fast. So going back from that manual way of working, and let me say we are still not back on technology because of the fact that there are regulations which are changing pretty much on a monthly basis with multiple waves coming in different regions that I exist in with the hotels. The only thing that comes to focus is the fact that tourism is really a people's business. And to understand the people, and this is not something that is new, I think pretty much all the panelists have been talking about this. Yes. When we talk of people, it's for me, people are not just the customers, they are also the owners, the staff. And when I say customers, it's not just the consumer or the guest that is staying in our properties, but also my trade partners whom I'm dealing with to sell to those end customers. And when we talk of all these people, the only technology that I see with the immediate future for tourism is customer relationship management. And that is something that can develop not just from end consumer point of view, but from a staff, from my trade partners point of view. So it's key. The technology that I would think is key for an immediate tourism development going forward is to understand the customer better, to be able to serve them better.
Thank you. Back to basics, of course, and it's developing all of those things to go forward. But I love the way that you say, technology could not help us at the time of crisis, because actually what has happened is that the technology thought that was business as usual. So, and all your yield management, your revenue management systems will try to push you back to a normality without understanding the facts of what's happening at the back. And actually, this is very interesting. And what Alicia, who is coordinating us, she hasn't told you, is that her PhD is exactly about that. It's how can you create resilience in the system to actually take advantage of real-time information. And thank you for bringing that dimension, Priyanka. I don't think the technology is going away, but I think the technology we had gaps in terms of understanding the severity of the situation and to engage in all these things. And I think you're absolutely right to bring trust and relationship back to the main kind of business functions and what we do in order to bring our customers back. Let me go to Mark and see how his systems have actually accounted for all these exogenous variables and all these continuous changes that we see with regulations and the patterns of travel. Mark?
Yeah, thanks, Demetrius. I think, listen, we've had a prime example this week. So our engineering team is based in Amsterdam, but because we were built out of COVID, we started, early 2020. We have some team members in Ireland, some in London, some in Lisbon, some in Madrid. And as we were building out our next couple of milestones with our product development, we really wanted a whiteboard, we wanted sticky notes, and we didn't want Zoom, because collaborating and brainstorming over Zoom has been a nightmare over the last couple of months for us. But when we were trying to fly the various team members in, there's so many various different regulations across Europe. Is it a COVID test within 24 hours, 72 hours, and then it's an antigen test on top of that to get into Amsterdam? Some of us can fly back to London, but you have to quarantine for 5 days, or have to go back to Lisbon. So unfortunately, technology can't fix that. That's governments. And until there's some consistency around where you have to quarantine, how long, and the tests and the costs, it was absolutely astronomical, the costs for these tests. So I think first and foremost, none of us can fix that until governments become aligned. And I don't think travel, especially in Europe, will recover until people feel comfortable, both from understanding what the regulations are clearly, and then also the cost element. We had a couple of team members who were slightly nervous about flying because of the scaremongering that you see from the media and the governments. And after they went through it, and it was obviously a very pleasant experience. They had the whole airport seats to themselves. They had on the plane, they had 3 seats either side. It was quite comfortable. But really, I think that's first and foremost. The way we think about technology, and I'm a hotelier by trade, so I studied hotel management and worked operationally in hotels around the world, from housekeeping to the front desk to the night shift. So I've done it all. But Shackle really thinks about technology from the guest's perspective. We are a B2B2C business, so we obviously, our hotels are our clients, but our users are guests. So we see ourselves as an Instagram or a WhatsApp or a Gmail, or we put ourselves in that bracket. So what is the user experience? What I think hoteliers can sometimes do incorrectly is not actually view the guest journey from the guest perspective, and they think about hotel tech being, hotel platforms. But what a hotel guest thinks about when they're using a product is they're comparing the hotel's product to Instagram, to WhatsApp. They're not, using a hotel app, for example, and saying, oh, the UI isn't great or the user experience isn't great, but it's fine because they're hoteliers and they don't build tech. They're saying this isn't the same as Instagram. I'm not using that. So we focus completely on the user experience from the guest's perspective. And really what we're trying to do is automate what guests feel is admin. And I think this is the issue when you're either booking, obviously, direct, or unfortunately, most of them through the online travel agencies, is when you arrive at the hotels don't even know who you are. You might have the last name, the initial of the first name, because obviously we know Booking.com and the other OTAs block most of the data for the hotel to see. So the guest feels like they're coming to a front desk and they're repeating this information. They're queuing up, they're waiting 5, 10, 15 minutes, usually for opera to buffer up and start working. But the guest has to wait there, to queue there. One of our hotels in Dubai, Rix's Premium JBR, because they have 414 rooms and they have to keep a 2 to 3 meter gap, they can have a zigzag of a queue all across the lobby because they have to have the distance for regulation, and people have to queue up and check in manually. So really what we're trying to do from a hotel app perspective is to automate the guest journey from their own phone. We're all kind of quasi cyborgs right now. I'm pretty sure all of us on this panel could reach to our left or right and pick up our mobile phone. So we see the mobile phone as part of the human body now, and we think we can automate lots of the admin. And we don't need to overemphasize technology where some properties are putting in, you can open up your blinds or curtains with tech. I think that's over engineering some things. I think what we're trying to do is take out the admin of the guest journey. Can they check in online? Can they pre-authorize their payment? Can they get a digital key? Can they order room service like they do with Deliveroo and Uber Eats? Really just condense all the admin and automate it from the guest phone. We don't really think a front desk should exist. We think those jobs can be put into more revenue generating roles. It's a lot different if you're going to the one and only on the Palm and you're getting a nice glass of champagne as you check in. But unfortunately, not every hotel can offer a glass of champagne when you check in. We don't believe that actually enhances the guest experience. We think it takes away from it when you're asking them to queue up for 10, 15 minutes. So that's how we see technology, but always from the guest perspective. That's how we see it.
So it's fantastic. Thank you, Mark. So it's really about streamlining the whole experience and make sure that everything is operating in a way that is it's welcoming and it's bringing customers in. Let me bring Sanjay in because I know that he's been doing a lot of research in this for many, many years in different kind of environments. Sanjay, what have you seen in the last year? How has anything from what Priyanka or Mark been adopted? And I know that in Dubai there's a very high tech kind of environment. Do you see these things come forward to your experience?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Pre-COVID, it was high tech, high touch in the hospitality industry, and now we're moving into high tech, no touch. So obviously, technology has had to keep pace, and the issues that Priyanka identified pretty much take us back to the legacy platforms that were created not just pre-COVID, but a few decades back, that are not able to cope with modern day requirements. So today we live in in an age of data abundance. In the past, we lived in an age of data deficit. So what's happening now is the industry as a whole needs to switch gears to adopting Industry 4.0 solutions, AI, IoT. It's not just about harnessing the data, but then what you do with those data to get real-time analytics. Obviously, there are regulatory issues like GDPR that come in the way. Technologies exist. It's not like the technologies are not there, but whenever it comes to personally identifiable information that can facilitate a lot of these processes, typically the regulatory environment is a bit of a gray area. So this is something which the industry has to cope with. What I've noticed, however, is there is some level of willingness now on part of the hoteliers to listen to alternative solutions that go beyond the brand standards, right? For instance, there's a great deal of activity in the startup ecosystem. They've come up with some real cool solutions. Now, for big chains to adopt those solutions, it's a huge, humongous bureaucratic process. Now, this needs to be streamlined. So there is some kind of an inbuilt incubator within hotel corporations. This will certainly facilitate the uptake of these technologies. It can be a sandbox environment within which they test and then scale up after doing all the due diligence with data security issues and the rest of it. But on that note, I must say that Dubai, UAE in general, has put in a great deal of effort in trying to nurture this ecosystem, bringing in startups, having a great sort of support for the accelerators, and in turn putting them in touch with the corporate entities, not just in hospitality, but across the board.
Thank you, Sanjay. I know that you need to go very soon, and I know that we're running out of time, but if I was to do my magic and get COVID to disappear and kind of start looking towards 2030, Sanjay, what do you think that the technology, how technology is going to transform the experience of customers? If you close your eyes and think 2030, how do you see the tourism and hospitality happening because of technology?
I'm a bit afraid to answer that question. 10 years back, if we were having this conversation and you'd asked me what would happen in 2020, I would have been proved dead wrong. But okay, on a more serious note, obviously one of the key issues facing our industry is the carbon footprint, sustainability. And I feel there is a great deal of momentum now that is being generated to kind of use technology to mitigate. We are working on some projects here, deploying IoT solutions to reduce, for instance, water consumption, not just electricity. Yeah. So these are small incremental steps. What they will lead to towards 2030, for that we need a crystal ball. I mean, it's difficult to say what will happen next month, let alone 1 decade down the line. But no, obviously this is something which is pretty fascinating. As technology evolves, I just try to follow the Gartner hype cycle to see, to get some leads, if you will, on where the beacons are. But it's anyone's call where things would end up. But I do feel that it's a great opportunity for this industry to kind of leapfrog into the Industry 4.0 era.
Thank you very much, Sanjay. I know that you need to rush in 3 minutes, so when you do, please leave quietly at the background. Lovely to see you. Hopefully to see you soon.
Thanks and goodbye right now.
Okay. Mark, again, back in the 2030, most of the applications that they work currently, actually, they don't work for me. In the pre-COVID era, we do about 150 to 200 nights in hotels. And in every single hotel, I had to get yet another application, learn myself how to go around it and do what I need to do. So the customer experience, it could have been good on your product, but by the time I was going to another hotel 3 days later, I had to find yet another application, download, and all the rest of it. But seeing forward for 2030, how do you see these things going forward?
Yeah, well, that's quite a nice sentence, because it's kind of the problem we're trying to fix to an extent. We're trying to be, Shackle is trying to be Uber for hotels, where it's one app for global distribution. So the user has one app where they can book and check into their hotels in London, New York, LA, Dubai, wherever they go. So the hotels are subscribing to our software. It's Shackle on the App Store. And then the guest has one app for multiple hotels, rather than every time they go to a new city, they have to keep downloading it. So our target market is not the Hilton, it's not the Marriott, it's the smaller chains, mid-size and below, and independent hotels. We want to bring world-leading tech to the independent hotels who couldn't afford it themselves. We're going to spend millions on the best hotel app, and then we'll allow the independent and small chains to subscribe on a monthly fee that's incredibly cost-effective for them. So that's our model. And then for the user, they then have one interface for their entire travel journey. So that's our business model. I think if you were to look forward, well, it's impossible in tech, right? Because if you just rewind 10 years ago, we didn't have the iPad, we didn't have the Apple Watch, we didn't have Instagram, we didn't have Uber, we didn't have Airbnb. So I think tech moves that fast that it's, I think it's unwise to try and predict. What I do think you should do is say, what are the issues that we have today that if we had in 10 years' time, still it would be a massive failure? If you're looking at that from the hotel's perspective, if you're still relying on OTAs to deliver you above 50% of your occupancy every night, you've been lazy as a hotelier. Our goal long-term is to redistribute the data and commission that Booking.com and Expedia take and give it back to the hotels. So we want to partner with hotels where we're saying, allow us to send you guests, but we'll take a 3% fee because we have an underlying cost to the channel managers. And we'll give you all the data in a beautiful dashboard broken down into analytics between your midweek guests to your weekend guests. But that means working together with them as partners. It's kind of subtly why we've wanted a HQ in Amsterdam, so we can see booking.com every day and tell them we're coming. And we really believe that's the thing that hoteliers, in our opinion, should focus on. In 10 years, if you're still reliant on OTAs, I don't think you've done a good job.
Mark, I wish I had all the time to actually have a decent conversation with you about how deep is your pocket and how much do you advertise and how can you do customer acquisition and a whole range of other things. But I think we need to get on another forum, or we need to spend some time bringing something nice together. Okay.
Yeah, a nice Irish whiskey.
Yeah, exactly. Let me go to Priyanka, because he's a hotelier, and actually based on the analysis that you see, Priyanka, and your 150 properties around the world, that everybody, a GM, is knocking on your door every day and say, fill up my hotel and make sure that all my guests and all my staff is happy and safe. How do you see that us going to 2030?
So going to 2030, one key thing that you mentioned before going to this question was that you used your magic wand and said COVID will disappear, right? Which
I hope so. I keep doing it all the time.
Yeah, no, I'm considering it's worked, yes. Having said that, 2030, even though we say COVID will disappear, we can't really ignore the fact that it was here and what it has taught us. And going forward to 2030, the key learning that I would take from here and go forward and help my hotel still be economically stable is really, really talking into sustainability, something that Dr. Sanjay touched upon. We have already started initiatives which are led by our technical services department, and of course, supported by my department, which is marketing mainly, to see what are the ways of bringing about these developments, which will help us save on expenses, so become economically viable, yes. And in the long term, of course, the owners also understand that. But they will also talk into the fact that the guest is now very, very aware of the sustainability factor. So looking from both aspects, from my owner's net profit and from my guest perspective, I think this is really key. It might not look as big as it is because it's still in the starting stages, right? But going 2030, I think this is something which is going to be the basis for development further. I mean, if you look at the goals which were set in 2015, right, where environment is pretty much the basis, that is something that we have to consider. And that is going to talk at an emotional level with my audience as well when it's put into place, as well as economically make it special.
Thank you very much for that, because you've just made yourself partner to two of my new projects that they're about to start. And I very much like to talk to you offline and then to your 150 GMs, because there are two things that we are starting now with different partners in different places that they are actually addressing that. And we'll need your help with that. And I think the most important element to that is to collect all the information globally and disseminate globally. I'm an old guy to remember 92 when Intercontinental Hotels started the first environmental manual and how the reduce, reuse, recycle was distributed to all the guys, all the industry. At that time, I was associated with Intercontinental back in very early 90s, and that was one of the main things. Thank you very much. As far as digitization is concerned, I think we bring everything together, and I think we are talking about smart hospitality. And smart hospitality will kind of streamline the whole process. And the streamlining will take the customer with us in all this journey, if you like, where we are going to create experiences and at the same time focus on focus on the communities that we are basing those experiences, the sustainability of the communities, the competitiveness of the hospitality industry, and the profitability of the hospitality industry. And it's about getting all of those things work together. That will get us to be competitive and to go forward. I've promised to Alicia and to Ibrahim to finish by 5 minutes after 12 my time.
Can I just add to that? Because it was very interesting to read what you had said about smart tourism destinations, actually, online as well. And something that you mentioned, which really took me by surprise earlier on a session today, which was about ecosystems, where you said every department needs to talk into each other. And that is only possible if we go smart. So
absolutely.
Yes, very, very interested in that. Thank you.
Also within our destinations, there's no point of the hotel being sustainable if the supplier is not sustainable. Absolutely. So we need to go all the way the value chain backwards and forwards. And we need to get, some of the things that we're looking at is how we can get what we call nagging on the consumers. So we are telling the consumers, how can you be more sustainable so we can go all the way backwards and forwards? And that's a project that we're designing now, Priyanka, and we'll come back to you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate your insights and your contribution, and look forward to do great things with you and return back the controls to our colleagues with the congratulations for organizing all that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stay safe, everybody. Be good.
Take care.
Thank you, Dimitrios. Thank you, panel. Absolutely fascinating. The pace of digital transformation. It is quite incredible.
All right, so I'll come off the phone with you and I'll bring you in. Oops. All right, guys. Thank you so
Welcome back. And we now go to our final session before closing, which is about a very central plank, really, of ITIC, capital raising for startups. And let me hand you over back to Paul Hoskins. Paul.
Thank you, Rajan, and good afternoon again, ladies and gentlemen. Now we're going to have a very interesting talk from Mr. Darren Dunn, who's the president and co-founder of a company called Zartico, and formerly Entrada. Darren, welcome to the ITIC-ATM Investment Summit. And I have learned from your information that your company, Zartico, is involved in data intelligence for destination marketing and management organizations. But prior to setting up the company in the last year or two, you have an interesting journey to tell us about as to how you managed to raise the finance. And it seems that it might be a little bit like crowdfunding, but I'm going to introduce you. You're going to tell your story, and the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul. I appreciate it. As a background, I've been working in tourism and technology for the past 20 years of my career, from companies like Orbitz and IAC, which owned Expedia and TripAdvisor. So I've been through quite a journey. No journey like the past year, as a matter of fact. So first of all, I want to extend a thank you to the attendees, speakers, special guests, and especially the ITIC, and thank you for allowing me to be a part of that, part of this. And the discussions that have been happening throughout these meetings, both in person, which I was lucky enough to attend last week as my first conference back after all this. All these discussions are going to be the catalyst for new technologies and pivots in existing technologies, and promote new practices that will certainly affect and drive our tourism products and affect the places that we live and visit for generations to come. Hopefully it's creating better visitor experiences and quality of life improvements for the residents and their families. Conferences like this are critical to tourism, and by investing in the ideas that are coming up in these conferences, or investing in the businesses and technology, is actually critical to sustaining tourism across the industry, and ensuring that the future is bright for all of us. So I'm going to give you a little background into my company, because it was actually formed from attending conferences like this and listening to many tourism clients across the world. So if we could bring up the presentation, that would be great. Or if I need to, please let me know. So Zartico, which was formerly Entrada, we changed the name this year due to apparently Entrada is a pretty common Spanish word, and the trademarking was rather difficult once we got outside the borders of the United States. So Zartico, which meant absolutely nothing, is our new name, and free of trademarks. We started 2 years ago. Actually, next Tuesday is our official second birthday. And given the environment we've been in, it's been quite an interesting past year. If you could advance to the next couple slides. Going back 3 or 4 years ago, could we advance to the next slide or two? Apologies to the audience on the coordination here. There we go. Going back 3 or 4 years ago, I was formerly at a company called Adara for 7 years, where I ran their tourism division over there. And, you know, there was certainly winds of change were beginning to happen a few years ago. We started going from, we need to fill all our hotel rooms and bring as many passengers as possible into market, to actually starting to have conversations around sustainability and being able to balance the ecosystems within the destinations that people were visiting. And this was a pretty dramatic change. It really went from complete capitalism to really focusing on the sustainability of tourism, and actually going from a DMO, a destination marketing organization, to really going to a destination management organization. If you could advance one slide. And so tourism, the winds of change were certainly in the air for tourism. And simultaneously, as we noted in previous sessions, technology was advancing so fast, and the amount of data coming into these tourism organizations was escalating. So you would have a tourism organization with, you know, maybe 8 different divisions and 40 different sources of data, none of which was talking together or talking to each other. So we had, while we had a complete ecosystem of data, it really didn't matter because the data wasn't coming together so that people could actually in real time begin making decisions about understanding what is happening today to make decisions for tomorrow to actually make a more sustainable destination. Please advance. And also the ambitions of tourism organizations was changing as well. So again, moving from destination marketing to really looking at destination management, and how do we better sustain all parts of a community when it comes to tourism. So making sure that everybody is being able to benefit from the tourism that's happening in the area. Please advance. So we wanted to build, our ambition was to build an operating system for destination organizations. And it's really important that, an important distinction that we weren't just building another dashboard for tourism organizations to log into to see what's going on, to see what the results were that were going on, but to actually produce intelligence using things like AI and machine learning, so that the destinations could actually operate their destinations. And that is to see data today and take action tomorrow, so that they can actually get ahead of things. In the past, research would be used, and maybe they could make changes annually, but that just doesn't work. And it especially doesn't work in the new world that we're living in, and where COVID and the effects of it was causing us to have to pivot every single Monday and make new decisions and make changes that would have to be implemented across an entire country at different times. Please advance. So our purpose is that we're here to empower the DMOs to be better stewards of the world's tourist destinations, and doing that through not just data, because data in and of itself actually has no value. It's all about the intelligence that the data produces and how fast you can actually make decisions based upon that data. So this is a session about investment. So I thought I would speak about our journey and how we survived the past year, as well as how did we accelerate and how did we actually drive investment. And for those of you on the private side of the industry right now, I would say that, you know, now is the time to really be making decisions and building your company towards things that are going to improve the future for tourism. There's actually a lot of money sitting on the sidelines right now in terms of VCs and investors. And likewise with investors, I would say that you know, investment isn't always just about money. Investing can be your time as well, and your time is especially for everybody that's been a part of this. Your time is so so critical, actually taking a meeting or answering an email that you wouldn't normally answer, to listen and to give entrepreneurs such as myself feedback on what is important to your destination so that we can build towards that to make a better future for everybody. And the simple investment of 1 hour of your time, no matter who you are, you all have something so important to bring to entrepreneurs that's going to affect the future. And yes, money is always important to us. So please go on to the next slide. So Zartico, one of the things we found with respect to bringing in data is we really need to blend science and art. If you could just power through the next 2 slides. Thank you. And by art, the science is really the data and the technology and the operating system that's being built. But the art is really in the storytelling. And so how do we visualize data in a way that's super compelling to all stakeholders within a destination? And I think, part of the problem isn't just having the analytics, but it's really being able to communicate it to all stakeholders across the spectrum in the community, and telling that story in a way that actually moves them emotionally enough to make very quick decisions, whether it's based on saving their businesses over the next week, or it's how to improve the lives of people within their communities or in their neighborhoods. Next slide, please. And so, I don't think that slide's working quite properly. Go ahead and advance to the next slide. Thank you. So ultimately, it starts with the DMO or DMMO, Destination Marketing and Management Organization, but ultimately it ends with the community. And it's being able to communicate those stories fast enough with the main streets, with the neighborhoods, with all the stakeholders of the community so that they can act. For instance, being able to inform what the anticipated visitation is over the next week or two. So perhaps restaurants know how much food they need to order, or if they can potentially hire somebody part-time or even full-time to create a better experience when those visitors are coming to town. And so ultimately, that's where the buck stops, is with those stakeholders. And I think prior to COVID, I think you had your DMO and you had everything else in government, which typically tried to serve the people. And the DMO sat almost in a separate silo, and their job was to drive visitor, visitor, visitor. But I think, I hate to say it, but I think tourism in general has not done a great job at communicating what their value is to their actual community. And prior to COVID, I think if you ask most people in a community what their DMO did for them, they would actually have no idea. Maybe they'd say they gave out pamphlets at best. But the COVID actually gave us, thank you. COVID actually gave us an opportunity to see what the world would look like without tourism. And it wasn't pretty. In fact, it sucked. It was our George Bailey moment, but it also allowed the community to actually see how important that tourism was to that community. So going through our investment journey, as I said, we started in June of 2019. By January of 2020, we took on, I hired a CEO and also took on a small round of seed investment. By March of 2020, we actually hit our MVP in terms of our product. And then, of course, the world changed. And when I present this slide to investors, they always ask me what exactly happened on the official company launch. But let's take a look at the different things that were beginning to happen in March 2020. And I went through, for those of you the pinwheel of emotion. So I started off in March, and they said this thing was coming to our shores, and I was in complete denial. And somehow I moved through denial, depression, acceptance as we moved into June and July of 2020, because I had to put on my boots and get to work, because it was all about survival at this point. Please advance. So we all know the headlines, and we can advance through these slides rather quick if you don't mind. Thank you. So we all know the headlines, we all know the pictures, and let's go ahead and advance a couple slides here. And this was quickly becoming a reality of which I was in complete denial of. And so one thing, if you'll pause here for a moment, I was at a point where the initial seed round of investment that we took on was quickly running dry. I had to make some decisions about how do I actually get my company out there and meet with destinations, because nobody at this time wanted to take phone calls and talk about potential new investments in terms of new technologies and so forth that could save them. And the primary method of marketing for technologies such as myself has been trade shows our entire lives. And so with the lack of trade shows, how were we going to reach the people? Because they certainly were not in a mood to talk to us, as they were having to lay people off and talk about what they were going to cut versus what they were going to bring on. And so the idea came to myself. I hired a global head of sales. You can go ahead and advance. That's him right there, as a matter of fact. And he lives in Ocean City, Maryland, which from San Francisco is about 3,200 miles. That's right outside Sacramento, California, right there. And so we thought, you know what? Why don't we take the trade show to the people? And so thinking back about how, what we call the old timers, how they used to go from destination to destination selling their wares. I'm like, why don't we do that ourselves? Why don't we drive across country, get an RV, and actually go and set up a trade show booth in each and every destination that we visit, and get the destination to come out and actually and let's make this about them. Each destination created a gift basket that we took to the next destination to drop off to the DMO. We actually brought a film crew with us to film the entire journey, along with filming the destinations, so that they could communicate, send words of compassion. This is us actually here in Salt Lake City, Utah. We set up right in front of the state capitol, and the DMO came out. The Salt Lake City DMO came out and met with us there. We made sure everything was socially distanced. We were outside, so there's plenty of ventilation there, and that's our actual RV that we ended up driving across country. So we also had a very unique time where there was nothing else really going on in terms of the travel industry except for bad news. And so we wanted to make this as exciting as possible, a little bit campy, if you will. And so we actually put together a movie trailer, and then there's a following video that shows some of the interviews we did, some of the feelings that the DMOs had. But we literally met with 42 destinations over what ended up being 17 days versus 16. We tried to do 16, and it changed everything. So I'll let the preview as well as the second video roll from here. Thank you. go. Thank you.
Oh, we seem to have come to a grinding halt, Darren.
Oh yeah,
this is our first ride on the RV.
A little background video.
It's happening. This is all happening. This is for real.
Well, good morning. This is day 476 of the Road Back Tour. At least it feels that way. I am beat up, but 17 days going across America, my first cross-country road trip. And during this pandemic, it was just amazing to get out there and see what was really going on in the world. So many thoughts are running through my head. I feel like the RV right now. The RV, she's beat up. I'm beat up, we're all beat up, but this is one of those experiences that I don't think I could have ever, will ever do again, I guess is probably the best way to say it, but so thankful that I did it.
Thank you. If we could go on to the next slide, thank you. So this RV tour changed everything. And so that actually took place in June, and by August, the sales were coming in. And we went from 4 clients to, at the end of the year, we actually signed 23 clients, generating nearly $2 million in annual revenue. We were actually, Focusrite named us one of the hot startups of 2021, or to keep an eye on for 2021, which was quite an honor. They focus on travel startups. So this literally just putting on the boots, and it was honestly, we put everything on the line with that trip. We didn't have a lot of gas in the tank in terms of money left in the bank, but we decided to really invest in ourselves and take a chance. And if we could go to the next slide. And that success is actually continuing. We are well on our way to actually $10 million in revenue. We're now about to cross the threshold of 50 clients. And in February this year, we literally within 1 month raised a seed round of $2.3 million. And we're actually running at nearly break even. We did take on the investment round we took on was quick to come. As I mentioned earlier in this presentation, there actually is a lot of money on the sidelines. People, VCs, they love to invest in travel. Travel is a sexy industry. Not this past year necessarily, but like I said, that money's been on the sidelines, and it's now there for really good ideas for changing the future. And certainly travel in and of itself, getting in an RV, crossing the country, and physically going to meet with people, setting up and taking down a booth sometimes multiple times a day, hundreds of miles apart, changed everything. And it's because I'm so passionate about this industry that hopefully that was conveyed during this whole thing. Next slide. So next slide, please. Thank you. So as I said, we took on $2.3 million in seed round investment. I'm not sure if we're going to go to Series A. We're just crossing the threshold of 50 clients. And I expect us to cross $10 million this year in revenue. And so that's really my story. And to sum it up, the RV trip worked quite well. It was, in terms of ROI, probably the most successful thing I've done in marketing. And we actually just recently wrapped up another trip where we did the same thing, but we focused on the mountain communities and focused on ski resorts everywhere. and went and did the same thing again to the same success. So I would encourage everybody to, if you really believe in your idea, invest in yourself. Grab that fortitude in terms of both private investors as well as the destination industry. As I said, it doesn't just take money. Take that meeting, pick up that phone, give us great ideas on how we can actually mold our products to improve your destination. That in and of itself is an investment. And for the VCs that are out there, as I said, we're always encouraged if you want to take a chance on us. So thank you all very much. I appreciate you letting me be a part of this in this industry that's so meaningful to me. If you have any questions, please let me know. You can get me at darren.dunn@zardeco.com. Thank you,
Well,
Paul.
thank you very much, Darren. It's a very interesting journey and obviously a fascinating experience. And it just goes to show if you have a good idea and you have the passion and the desire, you will achieve your objectives. And we wish you every success for the future and developing that project. So Darren, thank you very much. And thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for watching this session. We say goodbye now and hand over to Rajan to start the closing session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Darren. Yes, we'll be back very shortly just to tell you our key takeaways from the day and also what's the future holding for ITIC, which hopefully will be very exciting. See you in a minute. Welcome back. Well, here we are. This is the close. It's been a fascinating day. Some really interesting people, real movers and shakers we've had today, and some extraordinary insights, I think, into various aspects of travel and tourism, how we'll move forward. how investment will move forward, how hotels will operate in the future. I think the really important question about gender equality, promoting gender equality in the Middle East, very important. But I mean, that's just picking on 2 or 3. Perhaps I can actually talk to the various people here from the ITIC who have returned with us. Taleb, Ibrahim, Paul, and Gerald. Gerald, hello. You, I understand, are in Riyadh.
I'm in sunny Riyadh, yes, absolutely. So we've had a very interesting 2 days here. It was the conference yesterday, but the main purpose of being here was to join in the celebrations for the opening of the first United Nations World Tourism Organization, the UNWTO, opening of a regional office for the Middle East here in Riyadh, which I think was really a great event and brings home how serious Saudi Arabia is about its tourism development. And I know you've been hearing from the Red Sea and from the investment side of tourism as well today in Saudi Arabia, but it's certainly a truly fascinating journey that they're on. And I'm sure it will make a huge difference to tourism generally in the Middle East and even to tourism worldwide. So congratulations, especially to His Excellency Hafez Al-Khatib, the tourism minister for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and of course to the United Nations World Tourism Organization. Fascinating journey to be part of, starting and right back to when they announced the tourism visas on the 27th of September, World Tourism Day, in 2019 now. And, you know, in the first week, they got something like 75,000 applications, because there is huge pent-up demand worldwide. Great curiosity, actually, for people to come and see the kingdom. And I think it's going to be very good, not just for the kingdom, but also for tourism to the Middle East, and indeed for the cause of tourism worldwide. I think it was also fascinating to see the gender equality session today, and congratulations to all those ladies. I was very proud of my days in Jumeirah, where at one stage we had more female general managers than we have male, including, of course, my great friend Doris Grief. So thank you for putting it all together, and I'm delighted to be associated and part of the ITIC, and thank you for your time. Thank you.
Gerald, it's interesting. You mentioned 2019, and you know it's only 2 years ago. It feels like a lifetime ago, doesn't it? But that was when, this is quite right, Saudi did enter, if you like, into the world market for tourism. And I do wonder, actually, because of COVID partly, and you can see now how much the UAE is almost ahead of the game. It's almost stolen a march in some ways on rivals, because it's ready. It's tourism ready right now. And the Saudi similarly. And I wonder how much you think that partly because of the pandemic, that region of the world, this region of the world where you are, is in a very good position right now.
Well, I think it's in a strong position, and I think that the discipline of the people in the area and the residents of the area, and actually applying the various precautions, has been great. Even in a country like the United Arab Emirates, where we've already had over 80% vaccination in terms of the first jab, and at the same time, we've had 46 million tests carried out, which probably accounts for, sometimes people say you have a high infection rate, but you know, if you're going to carry out that many tests in a population of 10 million people, then it's very good. And fortunately, the fatality rate has been very low, because the preparedness of the hospitalization, and indeed, there are no politics when it comes to wearing masks in this part of the world. You just do as is recommended and instructed by the authorities. And I must say that works very well. So yes, to that extent, I think it might have not been such a detriment, but I still think we would have been better off without it, and that's for sure.
I mean, there still remains also the red light category that the Middle East divide, I think, well, the UAE certainly has for the UK. And that's a hurdle that has to be got over.
Well, that's why I made the point, you know, when you carry out 45 million odd tests, then of course you're going to have a higher infection rate. I really think it's sad that we're still on the red list. And, you know, they talk about Dubai, for example, is an airline hub. But you cannot go through Dubai Airport without being tested, like so many other airports, like Riyadh Airport. And these tests are carried out in a very good way. And I think there's no justification for keeping the UAE on the red list. Particularly, there are over 150,000 British subjects living here, or living there. Because I'm in Riyadh at the moment, and that a lot of these people want to go home for the summer, and a lot of them, 82% have had their first job. So anyway, that's the way it is. But hopefully, it will be reviewed very, very shortly, and that the red light area will actually, sorry, the red list area will be lifted from the UAE. Oops.
To Paul, what for you were the key takeaways?
Well, in particular, the takeaways from my two sessions firstly with the Red Sea Development Project, which is just phenomenal. I mean, who would have imagined that just a few short years ago that this would be on the card? This is actually now happening, having been on the cards, but the enormous investment is going on there. But the concentration and acceptance of the need to move environmentally in a friendly way and make sure that everything that goes on with that project is sustainable is a great tribute to what Saudi Arabia and the Red Sea Development Project is all about. And of course, just now with Darren Dunn, there's his journey to get his business going and the passion which he demonstrates in achieving his objectives with his tour across America, to not only sell his project but also to get investment into it. Hopefully he might do exactly the same once he gets to Europe, and we can admit more people into Europe and the UK. And as Gerald has remarked, this business of the red list and the green list, and here in Britain we're saddled with an amber list, which of course only goes to rather complicate and confuse people. But ultimately we will get through this, and we will see a good future for tourism. And of course, the whole effort of putting this project together has been a great tribute to ITIC and the work that's done by our Chief Executive Ibrahim and our incredible backroom team. The timing and the getting it all together is an immense amount of work, and I find that to be a great experience for all concerned. And I think the tourism industry generally and the hospitality industry demonstrating great resilience and great determination to move forward as quickly as possible.
I think it's interesting, Paul, as well, that the people who talked about investment were very actually quite positive about that there is plenty of room for investment, that there is an appetite for new ventures. There's VCS capital, as Darren just mentioned, and when I talked to Dinky about hotels, he was saying yes, very much so, that there is room for new hotel development. So that's all good news, isn't it?
Yes, very much so. And if you, from our own point of view, through Invest Tourism, people are knocking on our door to look for, asking us to involve ourselves in new projects, and existing hotels that want to have new life breathed into them, not only from an investment point of view, but from management as well, and particularly in the Middle East theatre and Africa, of course. That's, these countries are very determined to make their mark, especially in West Africa and so on.
Taleb, for you, what would you say were the key takeaways of today?
First of all, I must say I'm very proud to be part of the team that includes Gerard Lawless, Paul, and particularly Ibrahim, who have put all this together. Our partnership with ATM has been a great partnership, and I think this is a proof of it. Now, my takeaway are in 3 points. Point number one, I'll follow up from where Gerard left. The importance of tourism is being shown now much more than before. Remember during the ashes of Iceland, 4 or 5 years ago, the aviation stopped all over Europe. It stopped all over Europe. It stopped all over the world because Europe was the connection between East and West. And there is the first time that I felt, I was still in UNWTO, I felt that the world is becoming to realize the importance of travel and tourism. Well, this situation now is multiplied 10 times because the stoppage of traveling has alerted people to the importance of our industry. Now, in the Middle East in particular, UAE and Saudi Arabia in particular, have been registering so many successes simply because their political will and their belief in tourism. I think one of the advantages coming out of this crisis is the rising importance of tourism altogether. I think it's something that we've been striving so hard for a long period of time. The second most important development in this crisis is the rise of domestic and regional tourism. Domestic and regional tourism has not been taken seriously, especially in developing countries. In developing countries, they look only at tourism and statistically. They only calculate tourists that come from abroad, foreigners, blonde people with blue eyes. That's what matters, not their own people. Now, I believe completely it's a matter of principle now. A country that's not enjoyed by its own people cannot and should not be enjoyed by anybody else outside of its country. This is an outcome of this crisis. Third most important outcome also is the rising importance of technology. Now, we have seen, we've all been meeting virtually. Now, as if we're together. I've developed so many virtual friends all over. Of course, I yearn to meet them, hug them, and kiss them. And I'll do that someday, I know, with a mask or without a mask. But I'm going to do that. But this virtual thing has gone beyond just meet. It's also personal. You know, Bocelli, for example, did his concert virtual from Milan. Many other public events are being tackled by innovation, by technology. Now, that opens the door for the two most important factors that we should depend on: more innovation, thinking outside of the box. And I was listening to the last presentation from this tour in America. What came up to my mind is how innovative that is, how much thinking outside of the box is innovative. Thinking is a key factor here. So we need innovative technology, and we need management. We need different management style. That's very important. Now, this all leads into what kind of tourism we're going to get at the end. We talked about lots of sustainability and investment in this conference. I want to go back to what I said earlier about sustainability. Sustainability is about sustaining life on Earth. It's not about just the environment. It's about people. People are more important. We're going to preserve our planet for our people, not for the sake of the planet. So the people and the community connect and relationships are very, very important here. It's important to keep that in mind when we move forward. We're just thinking outside of the box. That's what I want to say at this point in time. There's much more that one can go on and on, but I understand we're running out of time here. Thank you so much, Gerald. Thank you all very much. Thank you, Ibrahim, particularly very much for putting all this together. And thank you, Rajan. We consider you one of us actually by now. Thank you.
I was just going to say, actually, just picking up on the sustainable thing and people, that during the gender conversation, it was very much said that tourism could be a source of empowerment for so many women. It could be the lever that helps a lot of women, particularly, get into management, get into high positions, and also just become independent business owners. I mean, all those factors tourism can do, can't it?
Okay, Rajan, I've spent more than half of my professional career working in tourism. But I don't give a damn about tourism. What I care about is the effects of tourism on people and what it does. That's most important. Women is just an example of that. And the session on women was a marvelous session, fantastic session, because it included so many of the great leaders and ladies that I personally knew: Nikolina Anglikova, Sumaira, Maribel. All of these people are wonderful people. They've proven to be much better than men in many ways. Women are better in management than men are. We men of the world have ruled this world for 10 years. We don't have much to show, really. Look at the Prime Minister of New Zealand, the Prime Minister of Finland, even Angela Merkel. All the women that have taken leadership position have proven themselves. I completely believe in that. My wife is a much better manager than I am. That's why she's managing our home, our lives, and everything else. So that's very important what you said. You're right.
And maybe a goal for ITIC. And all of these conferences should be 50% representation by women on panels, which I think is...
That's the least. Yeah. Should not talk about it. We should take for granted now. Should not
moving forward in partnership, I think.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly, Paul.
I think also in the hotel industry, we have a long way to go because quite a high proportion of students in the hotel schools, almost I think up to 50% is female, but yet less than 20% are general managers. So I think we need to really address this kind of imbalance that is there at the moment.
Absolutely. And to you...
Rajan, 20 years ago when I was still Minister of Tourism in Jordan, there was not a single Jordanian woman that was working in tourism. Nowadays, it's more than 60% of the workforce because we were able to diminish all the taboos by that time. That's very, very important.
Thank you, Talib. Ibrahim, and certain things stood out for me as well. The word hybrid is now everywhere. It's become a new part of our lexicon, isn't it? It basically applies to the way that hotels are run. It applies to conferencing. It applies to all sorts of stuff, business travel, etc. That stood out for me. But the other thing that came out, and I think it was someone towards the end said, by the very fact that we have conferences like this, actually becomes a reason, a motivator. It's actually making change happen, making the future happen, making us go into the next phase, come out of COVID. The very fact that we can talk about investment and that people are making practical decisions about it now shows that something positive is happening.
Absolutely. So, you're talking about hybrid. I think hybrid is going to become a little bit the future. Like the new normal before travel starts again.
Yes.
I bounce back on what Issam said this morning in the one-to-one interview with you. He said that, we all discuss about this, that nothing is going to replace an in-person conference or meeting. And I was talking with Gerald earlier today. He was telling me about his, exciting moment in Saudi Arabia. And for sure, people are hungry to network, to meet, because our last in-person meeting was in November 2019, actually, when we left in London after WTM, right?
You mean the four of us?
Yes, four of us.
Yes.
Four of us. And then even all our delegates and all our speakers and all our plans gone. Nobody would have thought that 2020 would have been as it has been, right? And I believe now, what has a WTTC got 600 people in Cancun? That shows if the will is there. Of course, COVID is been with us for 1.5 years almost now, but the will of Gloria to push and WTTC to push to do that live event, hybrid event in Cancun was a great success. To be able to bring 600 people and leaders of a sector flying in a safe manner, in a secured manner, was really extraordinary and phenomenal. And now what ATM has done, and we, ITIC, contributed for our first face-to-face event after 18 months in Dubai, was really phenomenal. Fantastic. And Gerald and Sharihan, you were there. Unfortunately, we are still with travel restriction for all reason. We couldn't be there, but it has been marvelous to have such type of event. And now, I believe this is going to happen more and more. And it's proven that big events can be done. If you put the security in place, you put the safety nets, you put all the measures in place, it can be done. and we can manage COVID. And I think that here, the resilience of the Middle East needs to be commended. And it's a good example of opening, up of Dubai, which has shown
courage.
Yes, and the courage and the people behind, and the vaccination process that has gone, like Gerald mentioned earlier, has gone successfully. I think you mentioned, Gerald, 80% of the Dubai people.
Yes.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Second one as well.
Yeah, fantastic. But I would say here, let's make no mistake, right? Even though we have gone through all this massive vaccination campaign, and it's very positive, and I hope all the other destinations will follow this example, like Marcus Lee mentioned earlier about China. It's really phenomenal to see that the Chinese positiveness and how the growth that China has is experiencing, and yet the borders are not open. But imagine Middle East and China. I mean, when you look about the resilience of the Middle East and the resilience of China, both of them to be connected. And I think I said that last time when we were doing our African summit, 1.3 billion people in Africa and 1.4 billion in China. And now when you look about the Middle East and connect that three region together, you could imagine that bubble, that big bubble that could be created, and about investment, about cooperation. I mean, this really, really wonderful. I mean, it's brighter future, I would say. And like Taleb said, sustainability. Sustainability is of course a key factor to invest in sustainability. And I think who was mentioning that? I think Khalid Al-Midfa from Sharjah saying we kept investing in infrastructure, and I think that is a great example, because the whole UAE has been continuously investing in infrastructure, so to prepare for the future and to recover. Once you recover, is going to be easier to rebuild and restart the sector. So having said all of that, but then I think one thing what I still remember what Taleb said last week when we were doing that face-to-face meeting. There must be a consensus among countries. I mean, you need to have like this protocol and to come and work together so that we can restart. I mean, we should set up, I don't know, a whole ecosystem that uphold the health and safety of tourists, and the tourism sector, but also lay greater emphasis on the growing need to live in harmony with our environment. I mean, like you said, Taleb, through wise investment in sustainable tourism, integrate future disruption caused by climate change or other calamities or any other pandemic. When you look about this variant, that's why I was saying, make no mistake, COVID is still there. I mean, even though we would be able to contain it, we are still in the tunnel, but we can see the light through the tunnel for a brighter future. So that's a little bit what I wanted to say on the key takeaways. Then if you would allow me to thank, and express our heartfelt thank you to all our speakers today. Not only today, but last week. I mean, we had great speakers who participated last week in that face-to-face meeting. I mean, we just uploaded some of the videos online. Fantastic, panel we got. And today, they were so passionate, our moderators and speakers, that it could have lasted, we cannot finish the panel because so passionate, so many things, so many best practices, so many good conversation exchanges among the different panelists brought that they could continue for hours, and I would say if you put all that in practice, this can surely help to rebuild and restart the sector. So definitely quite a lot of examples here. And on the other side, we are thrilled that we managed to organize that face-to-face summit last week. It was really extraordinary that we've been able to do that. And I would like to thank again Gerald and Sharian to be on the ground. The ATM team was fantastic, working alongside with us, like Daniel spoke. And I would like also to thank all our back office team. Like I think, Paul, you mentioned, without the back office team, we won't be able to do that. Kostas, Sotiris, and the team, Elisha, Sharian, Izrina, Jovan, I mean, some of them, I don't know if I miss others, who work tirelessly. I mean, we work throughout the night. I would say 4 o'clock, 2 o'clock yesterday, 3 o'clock in the morning. I mean, to make all that happen. And of course, our directors, Taleb, Gerald, Paul, for your unflinching support, make all this to happen. It's a whole teamwork. Rajan, you've been with us now for quite a long time now. You know ITIC by heart. And last, not least, but I would say what holds the future of ITIC now, we have our future events lining up. Africa Summit with WTM. We have another virtual lining up in a couple of weeks. And then we will have our in-person summit in Cape Town. We have a mandate to bring all the ministers of tourism in September, 1st and 3rd of September. So that's something we are working on. And then we have our November summit in London, our global summit, that we will need to do that in November. But one thing I have to end, Taleb was mentioning about women earlier. Definitely, we have a lot of ministers, women tourism ministers now. And when you look about WTTC being led by women and some of the other organizations, that's really fantastic. PATA, yes, PATA also now, right. So I think I will end now. That's what I have to say. Big thank you to all of you for being part of ITIC and to all our delegates being with us today and last week.
And I'll just say finally that having seen the inception of ITIC, I can see it today, just in that short space of time, becoming a major player in the development of tourism. I can see its presence being felt all across the industry. I'm very aware of how it's now being perceived, and that's only testimony to you. So well done to you four, and everybody, to Alicia obviously as well, to all of the, as you say, all the backroom team, everybody who's contributed. And for now, we will all thank you for watching today and for being with us today. But for now, goodbye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you, Rajan.
Thank you.